in the dreary northern town of Heinhall, a blizzard, snow-covered place where the only good thing to do is either chop lumber or grab a pint at the local bar. This is where you've resided for months and months now. Years, even. The time all blends together, but it's been a while, even if some of you can't remember the majority of it. And it was a couple of weeks ago now that you first received the first twinge of something happening, as Vikas received an odd message from one of his old contacts. They're telling him to keep his head down, as a member of the Royal Inquisition was snooping around the local area. Seemingly, though, they were keeping their distance towards the main city. So it was not an immediate issue, but it still had the group on edge. What was the Royal Inquisition doing up here? What could the Dawnstar family want? But it's fine. Time continued. And throughout this, though, slowly up the party, perhaps on nerve with that happening, and with reports of them snooping around so much, finally began to get onto their feet again. Some of you dusting off your old equipment, just in case. The old swords, the old armor, having to stretch the breastplate to still fit. It had been a long time since any of you had armed up, at least properly. And this is when we bring us to today, though. It's early in the morning, very early. The sun has only been up for maybe an hour. Where riding on heavy horseback through the spring snow, a message arrives from Lady Eliza Raymatar, the red-headed child, but heiress of this realm, small as it might be, and local hero of the people, coming to speak to the party and inform them of what has just occurred, carrying with her the missive that's currently being spread around the capital, with anger dripping almost like venom from her. The missive reading. The Earl of Freyfrost has been arrested under the authority of Inquisitor Valence de Pont and the 5 Saints of the Allmaker. He was tried and executed under the crimes of high treason and consorting with dark powers. Under the authority divined by Scripture, Birth of the Dawn, 1511, Inquisitor Valence will act as regional governor until a summit with the Radiant Throne is completed. May the Maker protect us all in these trying times. It seems the Inquisitor was not here. Well, they were here to stir up trouble, though not the kind you originally expected. Apparently, to dethrone the local leadership, which puts all of you in quite the circumstance. As we bring ourselves in now to standing behind the old bar, Lady Eliza, standing there after having presented that to you in quite a state. I hope you understand why I rode out here so fast now. You need to all get moving. Now the Inquisitor's here, there's no way Inquisitor Valence is going to miss you guys being here. He'll send out agents, he'll find you.
Then I guess it's time to move.
Amanas leans forward. He, as the retainers around him have noticed, he has changed a lot over the last few months. Just like half a year ago, he was just flat out drunk on his face, in a corner of the bar. But in the last few months, he has remarkably sobered up and actually put on his old armor and started training and stuff. So he is more of a sort of emaciated, slightly sweaty sort of look because of his withdrawals from all the alcoholism, right? But he will lick his somewhat cracked lips, and he will look over to Vikas, grunt, and then look over to Lady Elisa and said, "How many other people would have known that we have taken shelter here?"
Not many. Honestly, I think there's only 4 people who actually know you were here. My father, of course. She pauses for a moment. Clearly, the shock's still in her a little bit of what's happened. My brother would be aware, since he was stewarding on the behalf of my father. And the only other person who might know is Sir Bolton. He was my father's chief at arms.
I see. And how many of these other 2 would you imagine would volunteer this information to the Inquisitor?
I mean, my brother's not going to volunteer anything to the person who just killed his father. And Sir Bolton's oath to my father would still stand, so I don't think either of them will break, at least quickly.
Amanas frowns. Yes, although I have known some familiar betrayal. Oaths can be broken, certainly, but if they were loyal to your father, then that is good. He draws on his beard slightly. What? I am somewhat confused. He looks over to the rest of the party. I was under the impression that the Inquisitor might be looking for us. But if this is true, that they came here for something else, then we might still be safe.
Apparently, according to the Inquisitor, he has obtained evidence, though I've not been able to see a lick of it, that my father had been harboring, apparently, a blood witch from the south who fled up here.
Amanas frowns, looks over to Cerys, sort of. Remind me again, what is a blood witch?
At first, she like looks incredulously at Amanas until she realizes he's asking a question of her. There's a blood witch would be a elf of the blood elf clans that would be practiced in the magics of blood, drawing the strength from one's own self. It's quite barbaric, if you ask me.
Amanas nods. He seems to he like tries to remember through all the the wreckage of his brain, trying to remember, is blood magic something deeply frowned upon in the kingdom?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Severely frowned upon. Admittedly, because there are plenty of barbaric stories of not necessarily your own blood being used, and sometimes others as well. But
Oh, I see.
it's dark power. Powerful
Alright.
magic, but
Yeah.
very dark.
Amanas thinks then about the late Earl and is like, was he in Amanas's thought? Was he someone who would consort with a blood witch?
You couldn't imagine it. If he, the only way you could imagine him doing so is if there was, there would have to be some much, much greater evil for him to consider it.
He frowns.
He was a righteous man.
He looks over to Vikas and says, do we have any indication that the Earl actually trafficked in this blood magic?
Right now, we don't. Other than, well, the word of you, Lady Eliza. And while that might be sufficient for the more, well, common folk, if they have fabricated evidence, then we need the opposite. We need true evidence. The answer being, I don't know right now.
Yeah. Amanas frowns. He looks over to Lady Eliza and says, Lady Eliza, your father and you have been gracious hosts when other people would have sold us out. And for that, I am very grateful. But I must ask you, in your opinion, are these charges true?
No, it's my father was outspoken. He's made a lot of political enemies, but he would never stoop to such powers.
Amanas nods slightly. Looks over the decree and says, are you quite sure your father is actually dead, if you pardon me asking? This would not be the first time the usurper has decreed false news, so to speak.
She goes pale for a moment. I'm sure. From the crow's tower, I could see the execution happening in the courtyard.
I see. Amanas looks back to the group and he says, well, you are all my loyal retainers. And as you know, I am still the rightful king of this, well, entire realm, really. He taps the table sort of absent-mindedly as he searches for words. Two options seem to stand before me. Either we flee, we leave this place, the risk now simply too great, not having any protection. Or we do something about this. As you know, I have found a new purpose. I have picked myself up of the gutter, and I have sworn an oath that I intend to fulfill. But there's no point in haste. If you, my remaining loyal counsel, would advise that we flee, then that might be the most prudent course, although I do confess my urges are to fight this injustice.
Vikas crosses his arms, closes his eyes, and sighs a little before saying, the time for fleeing is long gone, my king. If we are to uphold your oath and our oaths to you, then it would seem prudent that we fight back. However, it is true that this place is now not safe. Eventually, we will be found here, and as such, we need to find somewhere else, or lose ourselves amongst the crowds of the city.
Amanas nods, looks over to Cerys and Zed.
Zed stares longingly at the sky for a moment, thinking about the situation. Whatever action we may take will be the first written word in the books of history for your new kingdom that you will create. I agree with the sentence of fighting, and this is not most certainly the safest place for it. If the crowds and the people around there are not overpleased, there's always the nature. A few tents and a pot of soup can keep us warm, at least for the time being. But I don't think it's a preferable option.
Amanas nods again, looks over to Cerys.
I am undecided as of now.
Why?
There are too many variables, my lord. As Vikas is well versed in dealing with possibilities endlessly and abound, I am better versed in knowing all of the threats. I would like to investigate them all before making my own open decision.
Amanas nods slightly and says, "Yes, if we are going to actually act upon this, it would be, I believe, the first stepping stone to reclaiming, to rising again from the ashes, as it were. We have been in hiding long, my loyal retainers, and this has been grating on all upon us. I know for a fact that I am somewhat diminished from what I was. I can feel it." He sort of looks at his pale, somewhat, almost like emaciated hands.
I would
But
say you look stronger than I used to be, at least when I know you as a child.
Amina
He gives a
smiles.
smirk.
He laughs slightly and says, "Well, a fall from grace brings with it its own sort of ashen wisdom, does it not?"
From the
Yeah.
ashes, suddenly new thing born. And that is
No.
wise.
He nods and says, "Yes, I believe we have hidden long enough. That said, charging into this would be supremely dangerous." He looks over to Lady Elisa and says, "Lady Elisa, how strong were the force that came to the capital?"
Well, that's. I mean, I can't give you really exacts. So much has happened; it's been hard for me to keep track of. But the Lord Inquisitor brought quite a sizable number of men with him from the south. I mean, yeah, there was quite a lot of them. Though they didn't seem like the best trained troops in the world, but they still easily outnumber anything we've got at the moment.
Frowns and says, "Would you count them as mercenaries or actually fanatics from the church? How loyal would they be to him?"
It it varies. There was definitely some groups there that seemed like they were the church's chosen.
He nods.
Some of them though look like the peasant militias that peasant levies that have been raised up by some of them by some I don't know which noble is supporting the Inquisition, but some nobles lone troops clearly.
He nods slightly. "So, 1,000, 2,000, couple of hundred?"
Oh, if I was to guess, maybe 500. I'm not sure.
Nods. 500 militia,
Plus,
probably them with a core of officers and high functionaries of the church, some such.
and now, of course, they've got access to our barracks in Freyfrost.
Yes, of course. I looks over to her. "I can't imagine that the common folk have fallen in lockstep with the Inquisitor. Surely there is some murmur of dissent."
People are confused. They don't know what to do. But I don't know. Some of it's definitely mixed reactions. I don't. She tries to calm herself for a moment. The people are panicked. They don't know what's going on. As the leader they've known for decades has suddenly been accused of such crimes, but it's the church accusing them, and the church, it holds sway, a lot of it.
Nods. Of course. Well, then it seems to me that the actions needed to stop some of this is a campaign of, let's say, winning the people's hearts, perhaps. I do not think, looking over the others, that the four of us have the power to face down the militia in open combat. Even though my vow has no doubt strengthened me to a point I have never before really wielded, I am not yet confident enough to stand up to that many adversaries.
Vikas just shakes his head.
Cerys will shake her head and say, even if I knew how, I do not think we have the crystals I would need.
That is quite true. While I have gotten by, it is not sufficient. He turns to Eliza and asks of her, "My lady, Sir Bolton, was it?
Yes.
Is he still, as far as you know, alive?"
Last time, I mean, at least as of a couple of hours ago, he was alive, but being imprisoned and being questioned.
He nods. It would seem that if we were to, either as the king says, win the people's hearts, or otherwise, I would advise that we, if possible, rescue this man. He would have more knowledge of the men that were under him and the city that he works in. He kind of scratches his chin a bit and says, "Of course, lofty plan with no information to go on, and so I suggest that we get some eyes on the ground, namely us, since we have no one else but ourselves at the moment."
Amanas frowns and says, well, a prison break does sound more plausible than a field battle. What jail were they currently holding him in?
He was currently being kept underneath the keep.
Frowns, scratches his beard. And I don't suppose you know a way in that is not the front door.
I'm afraid. She pauses for a moment. There might be. There might be one.
Yes.
There's this old. I know there are some old tunnels underneath the place. So much mining has happened in this region. There's a lot of them. Most of them were sealed up, but I know there was at least one that we kept that is still open. It's difficult to get through. We used to sneak out though. As me and my brother used to sneak out when we were kids, though, through that way. It might be still open. I don't know if they'll be aware of it or not.
The longer we wait, the more likely that they will, from either Bolton himself or someone else.
Amanas nods and says, yes, if they are new invaders, it is unlikely that they have found this entrance. He seems thoughtful. Yes, I think that sounds quite possible then. Looks over to the others. Any other suggestions, Cerys, Zed?
Cerys just shakes her head.
If we had more resources, I would have more suggestions. For what I know, there is a mercenary group in this somewhere in this duchy title area, but it's a mercenary group. We don't have funds for it, and I think it would take us away from the current situation. So
Yes.
after a little bit investigation in the town, what we can hear, I actually do recommend the prison escape. I am skilled of making us stealthier for today, so I'm not very focused on combat. The spirit will aid us hide.
What are you sure about this? My father just said to inform you so you could get out of here.
Amanas snorts and said, "Well, Lady Lisa, much has changed over the past few months. There is, well, to put it simply, I have decided not to die without at least giving this one more try. I might have failed as a ruler on my first attempt due to youthful ignorance and the endless frivolities and decadent desires of someone who's born rich and privileged. I have now tasted defeat, and I do not want to taste that again. And I refuse to yield my kingdom to a usurper. I will reclaim it, and I will prove myself worthy of the crown."
There's definitely a moment here that she's taken aback for a moment.
Like at that point, like he will like in his sort of passion channel some of his divine energy, and normally on an Aasimar that would be like a divine glow or halo around him. For him though, it sort of flashes into his like death angel form for a second, like you can see almost like a bit of a skull sort of poke like shine through his face, the darkness of the wings sort of rising above him for like a split second, the lights around the tavern dimming again, like just for a brief instant, and then he's sort of back to normal.
Taken aback for a minute seeing this happen. As you can kind of see in her eyes, like she clearly wasn't expecting this of you. Perhaps she's at this most of her experience of you up to this point has been dropping in, seeing you drunk,
Yes.
leaving in a pouch of coins and leaving.
Yeah. For sure.
But after a few moments, she tries to compose herself. You think you make out her briefly kind of mouthing a prayer of some kind to herself. Okay. Oh, this is an insane idea, but right. I'll accept whatever help you can give with trying to find out what happened here. Stop this.
As I said, Lady Lisa, I recognize the error of my old ways. This is an attempt at redemption. I intend to reclaim what was lost, but I do not demand fealty out of nothing. I know for a fact that I was not the most ideal ruler. He like glances over to Vikas.
It's a pain grimace in return.
But I intend to redeem myself, and I intend to bring some order back to the Solar Throne. But to win the hearts and minds of the people, we must show them that we are the better alternative. Trumped up charges against a beloved public figure is anathema. This is not what good rulership is. This is not what my kingdom is. It is an injustice, and we must stop it.
She smiles softly for a moment. Clearly showing her approval for a moment as she nods. Well, if we're going to do this, we'll need to move quickly.
On that, I agree. We should move out.
I do know, though, that you better make sure that you're ready to defend yourself. While we used to sneak through as kids, I know for a fact that it's not safe in those tunnels anymore. Creatures keep crawling in there. And who knows what's living in those tunnels now.
There's a gleam in Amanas's dead eye, and he says, "Good. I have been itching to practice. Something, well, practice against a live target. Draw some blood. He like raises up his like, mailed gauntlet. It has been, well, ever. Well, let's see what powers I have. Amanas looks over to Vikas. Something amuses you, Vikas. I seem to recall you not being a stranger to violence.
Yes, but to see it with such renewed zeal is quite amusing.
Well, I am happy to amuse you, Mercy. He looks over to the others. So, what do you say, my loyal retainers? Up for a bit of adventure, perhaps?
Cerys will give a light chuckle and say, "Oh, I suppose a little stroll through some caverns isn't so terrible. If it means the downfall of an Inquisitor in the end." There's like a sly smile on her lips.
Zed takes a touch of his totem in his belt and simply says, "May the spirits and the Wild Mother bless in our hunt."
Then Amanas nods and looks over to Lady Lisa and says, "Well, Lady Lisa, the council is in agreement. We will mount a rescue effort."
Yeah, understood. Okay. Okay, we move. Okay. Right. Okay, make sure you get your things together then. It's going to be quite a trek. Right. I'll be back in. I'll be back at the top of the hour. Be ready to go.
Yes. Amanas stands up with some force, and then he will stomp off towards his room to gather his old and chipped and pitted equipment that he sort of scrounged together over the years in exile.
Yeah, I mean, Cerys doesn't have terribly much. Doesn't have like armor and weapons. She has a stave and
Guess,
clothes on her back.
yeah, I guess Vikas would take out the stash of Nika crystals he's been hiding.
Give us the
Just in case.
stash, man.
It's not a grant by any.
No, it's a stash would imply there's a lot, but in fact, no, there's barely enough to keep him going.
Probably got maybe 4 or 5 days without getting a restock.
Yeah.
And given that Cerys is also going to be eating into it, you've got the two of you combined.
Yeah.
Assuming Cerys is actually going to be casting spells for once instead of just, lounging around.
Oh boy.
Sure.
Thankfully, we don't have to adventure 4 to 5 days, since I think our young elf will eat all of those crystals hastily. But
it's been
maybe
it's
it's
been
good for
a
her. Maybe it's good for her to learn some melee combat abilities also.
At that, she should scoff and say, "This is why we have a crossbow, dear. It avoids all that nasty bloodshed in person."
It's definitely been an interesting arrangement over the past few years now, having to smuggle in crystals for 2 rather than 1. But
At least Cerys, she can go a couple of days without hers without too much issue.
yeah.
It just means that she can't cast spells if she gets bitchy at you.
Exactly. And Vikas just, gets incredibly grumpy. And it gets worse from there.
Don't be grumpy. Have a crystal.
Or is this like having a chocolate bar right before?
Have a Snickers
Snickers.
with crystals in it. Being
Mm,
such a diva.
packed with crunchy goodness.
Delicious.
Mm.
I always liked my mutant crystals, didn't you?
That's right. Well, before long, Amanas will return. His scale mail, his halberd, his great sword. He has like a heavy shield on his back and a flail. So he is armed to the teeth, pretty much.
A flail.
Yeah, heavy flail, man.
Interesting choice. I like it.
Vikas has certainly a few knickknacks. He has his typical solid leather and some daggers by his sides, but really he doesn't have any other weapons with him because you all know the weapons that he can wield, and they're not physical. So
They're
seems a bit weak looking, but yeah.
Well, Cerys will have her a particularly nice gown that she has managed to keep well thanks to the odd spellcasting. Her light crossbow slung at her hip, a couple daggers on the other side, and a stave that she uses for her spellcasting. And a small backpack with, generic items.
Sure.
Zed will also return with his old chain shirt that has been patched with pieces of animal hide and decorated with these small animal skulls. Under his like armor type is like his usual grayish brown clothing. But in his back is his old Asian elven kite shield and a saber in his side, with a heavy-duty belt filled with an empty potion and chemical pouches, and a small glass totem, with a glowing ball and a mark of the Wild Mother.
Well, everyone gathered together. I guess we await Lady Elisa.
Yeah. You saw she briefly, it looks like, moved over to the local, I say church? It's more just a building with a shrine in it.
Sure.
Right.
Looks like she's trying to harden her resolve before she goes.
She's immediately selling us out to the Inquisition.
You've not seen anyone who looks like an Inquisitor in town.
No, she would already brought them upon us if she intended to do that. So Amanas would be fairly confident that she's not trying to betray them.
And just the degree of how much she's looked like a ghost when talking about her father, you're fairly, all of you at least, feel like she's being legitimate with that.
Yeah, no, it's certainly something that can inspire some agitation in the children if someone kills their parent. Usually makes them unfriendly, to say the least.
Just move down one relationship step to unfriendly.
Yeah, exactly.
Neutral, friendly.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, she'll return back 10, 15 minutes later. Her mount has remained remarkably well trained in front of the tavern. It's not really wandered very much, except maybe to get out of a little bit of the snow. But she'll return back, bow slung over her shoulder, her hair cleaned up a little bit, and it looks like she's probably splashed some water over herself.
Yep.
Right, you ready to move?
Yes.
Yes.
A simple nod.
What was the season again, Tark?
It's currently spring, early spring, so it is quite cold at the moment given the Northern Realm. Make sure you have your cold furs on you.
Yes.
Do.
Cold weather clothing, especially.
Don't tell me you forget them. The capital.
It's a
It-
heavy fur
Cerys.
coat or cloak over layers of wool clothing. It says.
Yeah, I think for Cerys it would be like a heavy cloak, like
Yeah.
ankle length cloak. You know the type, fur lined.
Mhm.
It's the thing about having prestidigitation. Things stay nice.
Yeah. I mean, as long as it keeps dry, which you can do immediately. So.
Yeah. Easy times.
Vikas shakes his head. If only he was a sorcerer.
You know, for just another small crystal, Vikas, just enough one. Clean all your stuff.
Maybe you can use your own blood to fuel your magic. Have you thought about that?
Oh god. Let's move on.
It is in
Begin
the
side quests
list.
about elves of the self.
Like a limited supply, right?
Do not worry, my grace. It is in the list of things to acquire.
Tell me more of these blood mages.
Unlimited power.
Now-
Such beauty.
It is quite a journey you guys need to make.
Right.
You'll be moving back to the capital as fast as you can, but you're going to have to avoid the roads, given you don't know where the inquisitorial sources are.
Mm-hmm.
But as it turns out, the thankful thing for you is Lady Eliza knows this region like the back of her hand, as you'd expect.
Right.
Good, good.
But part of it, though, is you are going to have to try and move quickly and preferably quietly. Or at least unobtrusively.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to start off as the group is kind of moving through the cold terrain. Why doesn't someone provide me a? We'll start off with our first roll for the session here. Why don't two people? I want two rolls from the party. One a survival from someone, and keep in mind, Lady Eliza will grant anyone proficiency in survival or expertise if you're already proficient.
I can do the survival.
And a stealth from someone. It doesn't need to be the entire party, just someone.
I will do the stealth check.
You need to make sure you cover your tracks, and you need to make sure you move quickly.
Amanas and
Alright.
I shall relax.
That is Cerys.
So expertise gives like +2.
You're
so,
double proficiency, so
Double pressure.
so this roll should have +2, so it will be 16.
Alright, let's see here. This is such a useful rolly thing.
it's not bad. It's not bad rolls at all.
Excellent work.
The group moves quickly. There's not enough mounts for the entire group to be mounted, so you're mostly on foot, but regardless, you move quickly. Or as quick as you can through deep snow. It's not even long as you're starting to move down the roads, as Vikas suddenly has to take Cerys and kind of pull her to the side away from the road. As suddenly you already see what appears to be a group of at least well-armed men, followed by a couple of acolytes walking down the road, the acolytes in constant holy prayer. Based on kind of the heavy white robes and the symbols hanging from them, and the general adornments they're wearing, it's quite clear these are servants of the aspect of the Father, the judge of the Maker.
That'd be a typical inquisitorial aspect. Like are these basically, is this the local patrol or is it inquisitorial forces?
These are certainly the acolytes wouldn't have been part of the local forces.
Right.
So it definitely looks like it's the Inquisitors starting to fan out and look for their quarry, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, they're not looking for you, but they are looking for someone, so...
Right.
And it turns out they find a weird group of people like yourselves. They may end up reporting it.
Weird, excuse me.
Your council stands out a little bit. The pair of elves and the horned man.
Well,
Terribly racist of those acolytes, but
oh, for sure, yeah.
but
Well,
you managed to avoid their patrol for the moment, unless you wish to intercept them.
no, I don't think so. I think we kind of want to go around if possible.
You haven't alerted them, so you have the choice to move on if you want to.
Yep. So, I think we'll do that.
All right. The patrol moves past then without much issue. Heading deeper down the road to one of the small little hamlets that dots the icy landscape. The hills and forest of this area do make decent cover, at least. The deep trees, easy to hide in, and providing some shelter at least from the constant icy wind. But your group's mastery of the landscape is also enough to keep you going. And though it will take a couple of hours, the group will eventually make it to kind of a safe distance away from Freyfrost where you can see the great city. Well, the greatest settlement you've seen in a long time, at least. It pales in comparison to what was down in the south, but the sturdy keep, the castle walls surrounding it, and the buildings you can see burgeoning over some of the walls. It is a jewel of the north regardless, even if it's not a large one.
How many people live in it, roughly?
Let me see. Roughly speaking, the city of Freyfrost has... I'm just going to confirm this for you. Somewhere between 5 and 10,000 people.
All right. Fairly sizable then.
Mm-hmm. It definitely classes as a city. It's just maybe not the largest of them, but it's a city.
Sure.
And really the only large settlement in kind of this count, this earldom.
I assume it has walls and gates then? There's no way to
Yes.
just sort of saunter in?
Yeah, there are heavy military walls, as this is originally a military fortification. And the gates, well, they're quite obvious from here. And from the hillside looking down, you can even see there appears to be Inquisition standing at the gates, looking at every single cart passing through.
Right.
It's obvious
Well,
it's obvious they're on high alert.
Well, looking out the Lady Elisa, I don't suppose you have a way into the city that is not through a military checkpoint.
Yeah, the tunnels will get us in,
He nods.
though it's going to be a squeeze.
Well, rather squeezing than fighting off the town guards.
We've done worse for the kingdom.
Yes, we have.
She slowly leads you round the kind of around an outer perimeter, staying at quite a long distance from the walls to make sure you're not spotted, staying deep in the tree line. As she slowly circles you round the city towards the river on the opposite side. The icy cold stream kind of moving past, with even the occasional little float of ice that's managed to survive its way down the mountainside. She kind of leads you along kind of a narrow kind of cliff area close to it. You can see the great walls kind of way up above, but the route she's taken you has kind of kept you in that blind spot for the most part, though you don't see any way you could get through from here. But she seems confident that there's something.
Sure.
At this point,
Yes.
Cerys will come to Vikas and say, Vikas, dear, can I have one of those crystals now? I would like to not fight creatures of the dark without some of my own protection.
He raises an eyebrow first and smiles and says, "But of course, my dear." And he doesn't hand her the pouch, but rather fishes one out of suitable quality he would deem for her, which is pretty decent, probably one of the best of the bunch, and gives it to her.
And she, like, pouts a little bit and says, I may need more for actual fighting, but okay. And with a small bit of effort and the telltale signs of burning one of the crystals, slight hand movements, some words uttered, she'll cast Mage Armor on herself. Having waited until we come near the caves before casting it.
What does it look like when she casts a spell?
So the crystals harbor the energy that she uses. So as she casts the spell using the verbal and somatic materials, she the crystal seems to burn up. Her hand blackens and almost seems to grow as if a shadow lays upon it for a few moments. And it does leave a small mark on her hands, although it seems like her constitution is strong enough that she could use such a thing a few more times without there being serious consequences.
Alright.
And then, of course, the crystal is done and wasted away.
Does the like the magic stream folks, because she's shadow aspected, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does the armor is shadows sort of spring alive and coil around her to form armor, or how does it? Is there any visual representation?
As it's cast, it looks as if a shadow lays upon her, as if the sun doesn't quite touch her for a moment, but then it shimmers away. You don't see it afterwards. But from her times practicing, Vikas might have seen that it in fact will flare up like the shadows itself protecting her.
As she finishes, she'll find that Vikas is already holding out a pouch to her, as he says, "Well, unless you've suddenly leapt forward in potential, I believe there's enough in you in there for today. I've rationed it out for you." He throws the pouch at her. No, he doesn't throw it at her. There's crystals in there. He hands it to her very gingerly.
Don't ever shattering them all.
No, that would be horrible.
She'll look at the pouch, feel the pouch, and say, I think this will do. Thank you, dear. She tends to give Vikas a wink as she does. Playful in her torments, but puts the pouch on her belt, a nice little hook that most sorcerers have.
Of course, they're always an interesting thing for people to see for the first time, and somewhat creepy for some. These translucent gemstones of various qualities, all with these almost veins running through them, that almost seem warm as your hand gets close to them. It's an energy that radiates.
Is Lady Eliza familiar with them? I assume she would be.
She doesn't seem to bat too much of an eye seeing you draw it, though there's a curious look, but it's not. But she clearly knows what they are. Perhaps she's just more wondering how the hell you got hold of them.
Oh, wow. Secrets.
That's a secret that she could die for.
But she doesn't say anything. She doesn't. You would expect that most, especially members of nobility, probably are aware of what they are.
Yeah, fair enough.
The common folk would probably get far more, what's that? But most nobility at least have a basic idea of what this stuff is.
Yeah.
Which is at least good for you. Yeah, as she leads you round, eventually you find yourself kind of at the base of the river in like quite a narrow area of rock jutting out. The great wall of the city itself is only about 10 feet away from you, but it's behind so much cliff face going up first, and it's such high up that it's unlikely, even if someone looked over the edge of the wall, they would actually notice you from all the rocks. And as you see what she's brought you to, it is this small thing. Beside, it looks like perhaps dug out by some animals. It's this kind of rocky, it's kind of this rocky fissure passage that's just down on the ground. It's narrow. You're gonna have to crawl through this if you want to get in, but you can definitely see it looks like there's a bit of a cave underneath. It's gonna be uncomfortable though. You can see why as kids they did it, but not so much now they're grown up.
Right. Well, Amanas will look and he will frown, and then he will utter a few like slight curses under his breath. As he does, the halo, the golden halo of the royal family, starts to shine around them. Although the light is somewhat tainted, perhaps it is more like a silvery, almost like ghost-like, moon-like quality to it. But this is the racial ability of the Aasimar to cast light upon himself. So it's like a light halo sort of around him, and it provides the same light as the spell. As he will basically start entering the cliff with the light on his head as a torch.
You wanna go first, our king?
He looks back and says, "Yes," and then he crawls in.
Oh,
Yeah,
take it.
Vikas sighs. Shares
I
a
give
look
you
with
a
Zed.
quick, Zed comes and give you a quick touch at your shoulder and give you guidance for possible future.
I will try to enter the crag or the cliff or the fissure.
You can do so. Are you trying to be quiet doing that?
I mean, the city walls seem to be fairly high up, and
Yeah.
there's a river
It's
nearby.
unlikely the guards will hear you. It's just you were and weren't warned things might be in the cave.
Yeah, no, I think Amanas is not really trying to be quiet. He figures that he's more concerned about the guards on top of the walls than anything inside this cave, and figures that the height and the sound of the river will like keep him covered. So he'll just try to go in.
I mean, do we need to be quiet right away?
That's the thing, right? He doesn't see a reason for it. So
Okay, so
Okay.
I will save my spell then.
All right then. In that case, you force your way through, and you take it's only a couple of feet, maybe 4 or 5 foot from kind of it down to where it's kind of stable ground. There's a bit of a thud as you land, but it's nothing. It kind of echoes a little bit, but at first it doesn't seem too bad. Though it was certainly uncomfortable to get through and took you, a minute or so.
Amanas mutters about crawling to his kingdom, more like something about something very undignified about the king crawling through a fissure, but then pulls himself up and looks around. And if it seems there's no immediate danger, he will call out to the others that they can follow.
Indeed, nothing immediately seems to approach you.
All right. I think Vikas would like to go in next. He's a bit anxious.
Yep, you can. And for Vikas, I imagine it's far easier. He's a far more, firstly, less
Agile.
armored and more dexterous individual.
Yes, indeed.
And for all of you, though, you can slip in one by one without too much issue. It takes a little bit of time. You can really only go through one by one. It takes about a minute each, so it's not fast by any means. But eventually, you all find yourself in the old cave. The air in here is frozen, yet it's both frozen and at the same time just full of dust and just dampness.
All right.
So, just to remind, I do have dark vision, so I don't need a torch necessarily. But I think
I don't.
right, Vikas doesn't have.
And equally, Lady Elisa so herself can't see in the
Yes.
dark.
That's true. Torch light it is, or halo light in my case.
Okay.
Before we move forward, Lady Eliza is following us, right?
She
To leave
isn't.
us.
She is indeed following you.
Ah. Right. Well,
I mean, she can't just stand around outside. There's a risk that she'll get caught.
of course, of course. Well then, Vikas will think for a moment and look to her, and then mutter and shake his head, and then turn to the king and to Zed, and he will say, "This cave, in case we get separated, I would like to." He kind of makes a signal with his fingers to indicate like talking to each other, and then says, "I wish to establish a contact." And for the king and his retainers, they would know what that is, as Vikas will attempt to form a link between himself with the two of them. His psychic whispers ability.
All right.
Um, Drawing on his inner reserves. As you will, let's see. All right, 1 hour. Okay, well, here's the full one in case you guys want to see. So for up to 1 hour, you both can speak 1-to-1 with Vikas. And basically that really for the purposes of this. We all shared this common language, so it's fine. Since this is the first time he's had a long rest, he has basically built up enough of a, I suppose, reserve to not cost him anything, except for use. So with that, he will nod, satisfied, and say, "Now we can continue."
How long does that take you?
Huh?
How long does that take you to set up?
As an action,
That's easy enough.
6 seconds. Yeah.
Lady Eliza just kind of watches you pause and sign to each other. Though she seems oblivious to whatever you've just done.
Yes.
My question now lies, do we want to have to send a scout ahead? I could summon a little friend for us to scout.
Sure. If the little friend can see in the dark, that seems reasonable.
I can make a friend that can see us dark. So, Zed takes the small totem that he has, the glass bottle, and takes the globe out of the air and speaks some words. And I will call my wild companion as a fox. And a small, cute fox appears from the globe in the Zed feet as a similar type of like familiar. I don't know if I need to pick the skills, but here's the full text. It's the wild companion. And he will simply say to the fox to go ahead and scout and return back if there's anything. But be stealthy.
Okay. The fox looks to you, gives a very quiet yip, and then suddenly begins moving up ahead. It sounds like the fox is actively looking for danger. So why don't you have it give me a... Why don't you have it give me both a dexterity stealth check and a wisdom perception?
Let me first do the stealth. Okay, that's the bonus. 21 water stealth, and the fox has keen hearing, so it has advantage on wisdom perception check relying on hearing.
Okay.
If that matters.
You can go ahead and just roll the dice twice, and if it matters, I will use that.
Bonus is that much. And yeah, there's the advantage and 1. If not
You better hope it
advantage.
is right on here.
Yeah, let's hope so. Since this is based on the find familiar spell, it can like kind of communicate with me for the 100 feet distance. If I remember correctly. Yeah, it can communicate with me telepathically for 100 feet. Like,
So it's not, though, given. And how, is it just like emotional communication it has with you?
yeah, mainly emotional.
So it starts moving up ahead, and of course, I imagine your group then stays about 100 feet back from it, letting it scout.
Mm-hmm.
As you begin to progress your way deeper into the cave system, as it slopes down and down, the cold air from outside begins to settle, and it starts to warm up down here. And the layers of frost slowly starting to melt off the walls. And instead it just becomes moist vine field, yet still covered in layers of dust like no one's been here in years. It's almost at points a little bit hard to breathe with just some of the dust being kicked up by all your boots. Suddenly, though, Zed will get an alert from his fox. The fox suddenly being very panicked, very afraid.
I will quietly inform all of us.
Oh. And then suddenly, it's nothing from your fox. It's gone.
Danger ahead. You can see the globe returning back to the small totem.
Let us ready ourselves then.
Amanas nods, draws his great sword, and goes in front of the party.
I will transition you to battle map 1.
Oh.
Earlier than I thought you'd pull it off, but good job.
I
I'm always
think
happy to
it was a good way. Yeah.
Given you already know there's danger ahead, I'll have all of you start in initiative mode.
Okay.
Let me transition you. You are moving from the entrance there downwards here in the cave. The entire cave is also a little bit sloped, just in a downwards direction as you keep going. But
Yep. Just waiting for
all those
the
across. There's
assets.
a lot of graphics on this map, so it might take a second.
Yeah, this is
Not to
loading
worry.
in for a bit.
When you're coming, feel free to add yourselves to initiative. Just click a token and press the initiative button in the campaign menu.
All right. Vikas will have a dagger in his hand, because just in case.
So, there is the party might notice, since you have known Amanas a long time and known him mostly as a washed-up drunk. This is probably the first time you have actually seen him like go into actual combat potentially. At least since the night you fled, and then it was like a shivering wreck, right? So now he seems to be stalking into combat more like a starved wolf. Like there's a definite bloodlust sort of coming from him. He's like looking around quite eager for a fight here. I have entered the map.
Excellent. Add yourself to initiative when ready. Should do the same for Lady Eliza, since she'll be acting independently for these first couple of combats. As your friendly neighborhood, your friendly neighborhood ranger.
That's right.
Okay. However, since you are taking the lead, I suppose, my lord, why don't you go first?
All right. Well, Amanas will look behind him to see that like everyone seems ready, and he will take a few steps out here. I think he will go to here, and he will wait for the rest of the party, unless he sees something immediately dangerous.
Don't immediately see anything, though you can roll me a perception if you want to.
Sure, I am awful at that, but let's find out.
The king, the
You,
most perceptive man.
Yes. Can you remind me how the light of your halo works here? What's
It's
the
like a
distance?
torch focused on me, normal torch.
Okay.
So that is. I shed
25.
bright light in 20-foot radius and dim light for another additional 20 feet. So,
I'm also happy to report that perception check. You find nothing.
yep, figured.
Or the only thing your senses currently pick up is just kind of the dust in the air, the dust in your nostrils,
Yeah,
and the sound of the party behind you.
yeah, makes sense.
Yep.
As a simply here, ready in an attack with my sword if anyone comes to the squares right in front of me.
I think is it ready a thing in 5th?
Yes.
Ready in action with a trigger. Use your reaction
Yeah.
when the trigger happens.
I know there's just a system that doesn't have it. I don't remember.
So, you can't delay in 5th. That's
Oh,
the
you
thing.
can't delay. That's it.
You can only use ready action.
Yes, as a reminder for all of you, I haven't played Fifth in a while, so you'll have to remind me if I make any rules for paths like this.
Oh no, no problem.
Oh,
Alright, best.
My
very
best to read up. I've forgotten something.
very
That's my
quickly. If I remember from session 0, Dark, you want to use the flanking optional rules, right?
Oh, really?
Oh?
I mentioned this earlier, though people might have forgotten, but I was happy with people having advantage for if they've got a true flank on someone.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought
Alright.
that was poignant to bring up.
Yeah, it is. Well, that's obviously with the assumption that that also applies for enemies too, right?
Of
This
course.
would be a global.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm fine with it.
I'm happy for you to have that tool if you can somehow get a proper flank.
All right.
Oh, well, we can roll with it and see what happens.
If you guys don't end up liking it, we can always turn that off again. But
Yeah. Let's give it a go. I've never had an fifth edition, so let's try
Let's
it.
get some conga lines going, boys.
try not to leave your back too exposed. Also,
Yeah.
Cerys?
She's not going to move nearly as far.
Taking the cautious option.
Yeah, just here is fine.
Lady Alyssa will also move up. She's got her bow drawn. Well, her bow in hand with an arrow drawn and ready to fire, though she's not keeping it fully back. Though she kind of moves forward. Do you all hear that? It's like there's something inside the walls.
She said, I don't.
It's creeping me out.
All right. Well, Vikas will see here. As far as he can go normally, however, he will use his bonus action, cunning action rather, to dash. Have a peek what's around this corner. He'll stop here. Does he see anything of importance?
I would say so, yes.
All right.
It's a beholder. Oh.
Ah,
Oh no.
As Vikas begins to dash quickly around the corner, what he sees is a pair of kind of huge arthropodic legs and a pair of mandibles currently biting down upon what appears to be a cocooned up small little creature. As what you see appears to be a spider as large as Lady Alyssa's horse.
well then.
This is going to declare true initiative.
Yes.
And let me reveal more fog of war for you.
Awesome. Okay.
Hi.
It is a very friendly spider.
He's waving at us. He's like, hi guys.
Well, as he spots that, both Amanas and Zed will get an instant mental message from Vikas that just says "large spider," just hurried to the point. And I'd assume it would have cover from here, because there is a bit of a rock in the way.
Yes, it currently has cover, but
So
you've seen it,
if
and it's seen you.
yes, so say if he steps here, would it still have cover?
Uh.
Or would this be more appropriate?
Let's see from.
Cover is two. If you cannot see two corners, is half cover, and if you cannot see three corners, it's full cover.
Yeah, you can't really see from there. You still can't really see much of it.
All right,
They still have a lot of cover from there.
that's fair. Well, he'll step here then and attempt at least. He will manifest. He'll sheath his dagger first of all because he needs free hand for this. And he will manifest his psychic blade in his hand, which is like a basically. You'll see it pretty bright in this dark cave. There's a almost like lightning. A red light begins to form in his hand, and then it appears that it grows past his fist, into this like a blade. It's almost like an arm blade that's attached to his fist, and then comes the handle that he grips. This is red, like blood red, dagger of energy with like a black outline. And you've normally seen him attack with it, and in this case, he's going to throw it at the spider. An attempt to hit it. So cover, I assume that's disadvantage, right? I'm not sure how
No,
the.
it half cover is +2 AC for the enemy, and three quarters cover is +5 AC.
All right then. He will fire it at the spider for a 11.
Your blade just ends up slamming straight into the wall and just disrupting a bunch of dust.
Yeah. Well, that curses to himself, but he gets ready. Waits for his for the rest to do their thing.
All right. Well, having gotten the mental warning from Vikas, Amanas will swing around here, come here, basically see the thing, and you hear him be like, "Oh, good God, it's hideous!" And then he'll move up to here.
It lets out a deafening shriek as you move up to it.
He grimaces and then he will grimly swing his greatsword at it. That's almost a crit, but
It's a solid blow.
yeah, started strong with a 19 from the first roll here, as he just cleaves down his like pitted and jagged greatsword, just cuts into the creature. Thick ichor presumably oozing out of it.
It's this kind of viscous bluish ichor starts pouring out, dripping onto the floor.
Ugh.
It's kind of coating your great sword, just sticky.
Yes. I shall move. There, I think I need to move. Do I see anything in my like sight?
You do.
So
Gonna see. Well, how far is it? 60. So that is. Oh, that's most of the corridor. In that case, you also see.
No, not centipedes. I hate these.
Oh, fog of war, you're going the wrong way.
oh, there's ever closer darkness.
Cerys' fault. It's always a shadow sorcerer's fault.
I love the pictures of these centipedes.
Sorry, I found these pictures and I just couldn't help but not use them.
Oh, that's great. They're great pictures.
Telepathically communicate more enemy at my right side.
Also,
Centipedes.
why is there all these insects and high initiative rolls to do?
And as a part of my move structure, for a short time I would now lay down, and from my hand a thorny whip appears towards the large spider. So I cast a cantrip of Thorn Whip. That's 12 hit?
No.
Sad.
As you kind of lash out of the whip, but the spider kind of reels back and kind of screeches, kind of knocking your whip to the side with one of its mandibles.
I pick my sword back up, and that's my turn.
Well. Interesting. Well, come along here. Can I not go through the walls? I have a feeling that is too covered to be able to shoot at.
Yeah, you don't really have an angle there.
No, I don't think so either.
You just see the viscous blood flying around the corner as like Amanas is hacking at it.
Exactly. No, that's all a waste. That's all a waste, really. So what she'll do is, she will prepare an action of casting Firebolt. Seeing that Zed has just used a whip down the corridor, she'll prepare a Firebolt for any creature to come through here. As it's a cantrip, she doesn't have to. I mean, there's no spell slot to burn for the preparation, and that will be her.
Okay. Right, one moment. Okay, so you've readied an action. That's fine. Okay. Lady Eliza will also move down then. She can't see the centipedes at the end of the hall, but she can see the giant spider. So she'll move to here. She has a view on it, though it does have cover. And then she will fire her longbow at it, drawing back an arrow. For a mighty blow.
Oh my.
Oh
Good
yeah,
work, Elisa.
she does god damage.
Wow, well done.
Yeah, seeing Lady Eliza move around the corner, like some of you, Vikas in particular, might have actually already seen her, especially during the archery contests that are held.
Mhm.
She is no slouch. She easily uphands most of the noble archers of at least this region. She lives by the bow most of her time, traveling around and clearing out monster nests that do pop up throughout the region. She's no slouch to this kind of thing. Even if admittedly she's used to having guards around as well. The spider will take the damage. Because ouch.
Yeah, well done.
Skittering starts.
Um. Maybe the next square is actually when her reaction would be.
Mm-hmm.
Said come out after all. So that is out.
Okay. Well, it will then move up like this then.
In which case, it gets blasted. Can't help but 5.
You muster up your fire spell. It quickly igniting all the dust around your hand. And perhaps quickly in a moment of slight panic as all the dust in your hand ignites, you quickly toss the fireball to the side to avoid it burning yourself.
Listeners, I shall stop it. Oh my god! Oh my god!
It's been a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
She looks right. It's been a while. Actually, don't judge, alright? It's fucking.
Our
stupid
campaign
man.
ends when our characters explode in the tunnel.
Yes, it's like flower explosion, sort of in the tunnel, dust explosion. Oh dear.
Moves up as well. But neither of them can attack, they had to both dash. You are a very unhappy giant spider.
Very good. I don't like him much.
Get him.
I do not care for him at all. Hmm?
That's disappointing for you.
Yeah, 0. Good.
You birth 0 spider swarms.
He
That's
tries to cough
good.
out spiders, but it's been a while for him as well, so he can't really.
Performance anxiety. I mean, you know.
The giant spider then will still go ahead then, and since it can't really escape because
Yep.
since you've got kind of blocked its kind of escape route,
That was the plan, to stop this thing from actually getting out from there.
it will instead bite down at you and try to try to dig its dig its mandibles into your flesh.
No, that is a miss.
Oof.
He bites down. Maybe everyone is like, "Oh my god, he's never gonna," and then he actually just moves out of the way in a sort of actually quite dexterous manner. Like he hasn't been fighting ever, perhaps, but he seems to instinctively just move out of the way as the spider chomps down. The pale halo shining its light on the battlefield.
Cool. Well, Vikas will deftly make his way around Eliza. Like so. Right. He threatens me, so I can't really get to the spider, so
You
instead...
can move here.
You
Yes.
can move
Like-
through friendlies.
I can?
Yes.
Yeah,
in
it's,
fifth edition you can.
Yeah, double. It's difficult terrain to move through the
Oh,
friendlies.
okay. So I'd have to go...
Go there.
Okay. He'll do that then. And he will attack the spider. Attempt to. 11. I assume that's a miss.
11 is a miss.
All right. He just barely misses, but he'll swing around again with a bonus action with another one. It'll do less damage, but might hit. No, 9. Okay. Well, isn't he in a bit of bother? That's him.
Didn't Wear the Wicked almost end prematurely with a bunch of bad rolls?
Oh yeah. No,
Yeah.
my character died in the first combat. So.
Let's see. Yeah, his current action isn't going to help him here. So yeah, that's him.
You all done then?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine then. Next up then is our great king.
Well, as we say in Divinity, glory is mine. And then he will fight the spider. Swing the great sword. Go! Yes, another 19. As he just strikes unerringly at this thing.
So, describe how it is slain.
All right. Well, Amanas has dove around the corner. He has seen the beast. He has charged in. The spider has furiously tried to stab and bite him, and he's dodged and reflected most of it. Vikas comes in, silent as he is, trying to throw his mind daggers at the spider. Probably just distracting it long enough, turning over, that Amanas can get a clean cut, and he just shunks down straight over the head of the spider, embedding his greatsword into its skull, and then just pulling it free in a shower of just gore, in a half moon, as he swings the sword out on the other side. And grunts to him and says, "Thanks." And then he will start moving. Can I move here?
One moment before you move away.
Yes.
One little thing before you do.
If after this you move here, you'd be flanking anyway.
Horde burst.
Oh.
Ew.
Its abdomen explodes upon being killed.
Okay.
And out from it spews just hundreds of tiny spiders. And also, you're both showered in bits of viscous gore. Both make reflex saving throws.
Oh, good.
All right, let's do it.
I'm really good at this.
Dexterity. 15.
6.
Because you take nothing, and our great king, you take 3 points of poison damage.
All right.
The
At least it's not
rage.
much. And also, as per Horde,
Oh, Jesus.
add those both on, and they can be added to initiative.
So, do spiders have any damage resist or anything in 5th edition, like these swarms?
They are swarms. They are made up of tons and tons of creatures. They may be harder to damage with conventional weaponry, but you can still damage them.
Sure. They're not immune like in Pathfinder.
Then there's no such immunity, no.
Thank God.
But you now may proceed with your turn. Once you've taken your damage. Oh, you have already.
Oh, I can't really move away from here then easily. Amanas will shoot a glance behind him, look at Zed. He knows that Zed is pretty tough in a frontline fight, and so he will leave that to him, as he will just grit his teeth and start focusing on trying to stomp out some spiders. he is done.
The spider swarm then would like to, in fact, swarm all over you.
Yep.
Oh.
That is certainly a hit.
Oh dear.
That's
Wait, that's a down.
a down. That's an
Yep,
immediate
that's
down.
me. That is me out for sure. So it's 29, 37 damage. That just one-shots me.
The king is dead. End of
Nice,
campaign.
fine.
He's not dead, but he is going to be definitely on.
Well then, I am equally as fucked.
Well, that changes a lot of things.
Well, that
Well, at least you're not in like among your hit points.
Yeah,
You're
it's-
only dying.
oh, the spider swarm does what they do.
You can hear underneath the spiders, complete the mission. Oh.
Avenge
The spiders just ravage over. The spiders just ravage all over the king. Just thousands of tiny bites and just little injections of poison from everywhere.
well done.
Hilarious.
Oh, wait.
No, there's a
I
sanity check.
just realized
He's
the macro.
failing.
I just realized the macro is actually set up slightly wrong.
Oh.
These aren't the ones with the poison damage.
Oh, well, okay.
Oh, then you'll be up.
So you can take off the poison damage, I just realized.
Well, that's nice.
Okay, you're
Uh,
still,
I mean, you're still like
up.
a yeah.
No, you're up.
Do you
You're
remember-
still up because you were missing 3 hit points. So you were at 25, so you'll be at 6.
All right.
So just heal 6, you're fine.
Yeah, you're fine. King's not dead,
You
everyone.
are
It's
still
fine.
covered in spiders, however.
Actually, I am.
You're
I'm actually.
perfectly alright.
No, I wouldn't say perfectly all right. That
Perfectly
might
alright.
be a stretch. No, not really perfectly.
Exceptionally okay.
I thought the swarm hit a bit too hard.
Nasty, nasty one.
There are poisonous creatures down there. That's not the poisonous one.
Alright.
Should have poison resisted. Oh.
I mean, the next attack will down you probably, but I mean, we'll deal with that later.
You know, if it crits, it most certainly will. Yes, but
Yeah, you know. It's one attack that I'm not getting. It's fine.
it's fine. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do here.
Yeah,
Taking the
good
hits.
job.
First, and then here, the lower centipede will get the attack opportunity on me since I'm leaving on its threatening range.
It will happily do so. Yeah, that's odd. Where's this macro gone? This macro disappeared. One moment, I'm going to have to quickly go fetch this macro from the template then. I know I had you set up because you were all ready to kill the players before. That's fine. What is your attack? Your attack is that.
Do this.
Sorry, one second. I'm going to reconstruct it since apparently the macro is gone.
Yeah, no rush. I will go grab a drink.
It'll be done in just a minute here, but if you want to quickly grab a drink, you can.
Yeah, I'll do it like.
I'll try not to kill any of the players while you're gone.
Okay.
Trying to decide what I'm gonna do.
The king is covered with spiders. Help!
Yeah.
It's clearly more
Cerys looks at her nails. I just don't know. I'm like, oh my god. It's like my
I got so many options. I could just end this now.
yeah.
could kill
Fireball.
the king.
Just all of these years with indignity and indecency. Now it's
It didn't
time.
take long for you to break your oath. First session and already broken.
No.
If it's one thing Cerys cannot abide, it's weakness, and seeing the king overwhelmed by spiders fills him with disgust.
Pitiful display. We must end this. End this now. This travesty.
An end to this pitiful rebellion.
She's been working for the new,
Yes.
the new emperor now.
A new order shall rise.
I
She's-
am the one who got the Inquisition here.
Exactly.
She was the sleeper
There we
agent all along.
Completely misses.
That is a complete mess.
And then Zed looks at the king, sighs, and casts a second level Cure Wounds spell upon him. As he is cast, he waves his hands a little bit in the air and then speaks in like a bit more booming voice. His like sentences of spellcasting. Spirits of pain, heed my plea and take away your resentment away. So that's the level 2 Cure Wounds.
It's a lot of resentment to take away, I'm just saying.
Ah, there's so much resentment.
You
Might
heal
need more than
total
level
of
2
8.
spell. Ooh.
I don't have more.
That's unfortunate
I'll
roll.
take
That's a
it.
bad roll. Yes.
I'll take it. 8 hit points is fine.
And that is my turn for now.
As the king is there, and Zed plunges his arm through the swarm of spiders to touch the king underneath it all.
See, that's the thing. Like, I'm wearing heavy armor, but it's not made for small spiders. They crawl all over me.
They get through all the cracks and crevices. They get between the breastplate and your shirt.
Damn it.
Some of them are trying to crawl all over your face.
You. I need to like roll on the ground here.
Like, it's a good thing you're not unconscious.
Yes. Yeah. No. In an alternate timeline, this could be bad.
In the previous timeline, it was a bad universe.
Yeah. Very weird timeline.
Anyway, Swarm 11's going to go over here. Like it can't jump on top of I can never remember how to pronounce your name properly. Amanas?
Amanas.
Amanas. I'm gonna have to at some point I will draw that in.
That's fine.
But yeah. You're currently busy with spiders, so he's gonna attack the other person, because this person can have 10,000 spiders.
No. Watch out, Vikas. They bite.
Ow.
I think Valky's still away getting a drink.
No,
he's
I'm
here.
here. I'm here.
Neither.
Well, you just got attacked with 1,000 bites.
Yeah, that definitely hits. 7.
Hey, it's better than the crit.
Mm-hmm.
So, Sorcerer. There's a party.
Okay. I mean, those spiders seem very dangerous. So do the centipedes.
There's a lot of spiders, only a couple of centipedes.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure what's more dangerous here, to be honest.
Ah! Oh my god.
I mean, it's awful all around. It's just, I mean, I could, no, because then I'll probably hit my friends, and I don't want to do that. I'll be accused of treason.
I mean, technically he's not head of state yet, so he can't be treason.
That's distinctly accurate, I suppose. You know what? We'll stick with attacking the centipedes for now. So she'll pluck out one of the larger crystals in her bag, and use that to burn a significant portion of her power, and cast Shatter. That's the wrong button. Like a sir. So can they make DC 13 con saves for 13 thunder. Both
They
fail.
cannot.
They take 13 thunder damage.
Go back.
For one scary second, I thought you were gonna put it on us.
No,
It's
no,
like,
no.
"Ah!"
As your magic echoes down as a shockwave, suddenly it's just a explosion of bug parts.
I mean, it's also a loud sound that goes a long way.
So much for stealth, right now.
It does not say anywhere in that description that it is heard far away.
Its shadow doesn't have that.
It
So-
I mean,
does
it
not
does still
say
say
it.
a loud ringing noise painfully erupts.
Yeah,
But
so,
it is not like some spells that say it is audible for like 100 feet away or something like that.
It's true, but I do imagine that the noise-sensitive insects of this cave have probably heard this.
Possible, but you know. Would you rather that or me not have killed 2 centipedes in one go? I hear
I guess
nothing.
it doesn't sound.
meanwhile, up in the streets, they're like, there's a weird noise coming from the caves today. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of screaming and explosions. Oh, well.
Actually,
Oh yeah. Oh.
come here.
Yeah. Oh, it's the thunder wave that causes a lot of sound. Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mistake it to mine spell.
Well, trying to shoot a bunch of spiders with a bow is probably not a good idea.
Shoot the leader.
Shoot you? Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She will move around like this. And she'll go ahead and use her short sword to try and slice up some of the spiders. Trying to be careful not to give you a shave.
Oh.
That's not terrible. Unfortunately, as said, the spiders do have some problems. They have resistance. Conventional weapons aren't the best at just killing them. But, no damage.
Any damage is still damage.
You are dead. You are dead.
Yeah.
You are dead. Vikas?
Yeah. Okay. I guess I have 2 questions. First question is, if I move, does the swarm come with me?
The swarm does not automatically move if you come if you leave its space, and it does not get it does not get like attack opportunity unless you actually move like fully away.
Fully away, like as in a square away, or
Like
As if you would
outside of
move-
5-foot reach.
Yeah, outside its 5-foot reach, basically.
oh, okay, fine. So I can move.
It can
For
go out into
example,
spiders as well as
I
other
can move
things.
here, right?
Yeah, that's fine. No problems.
All right. I guess we're now flanking the swarm between me and Eliza. All right. Let's attack this thing with advantage then. 22 for 5.
That is indeed a hit.
And if it doesn't die, a sneak
It is
attack.
also not resistant to psychic damage.
Oh, 6 sneak attack. And then he will bonus attack. 21
That is also a hit.
for 7.
And the swarm collapses and kind of all kind of start fleeing away,
Wonderful. He will
leaving the king remarkably
intact.
fine.
Oh,
So he is wounded.
Oh.
yes. Well, not much you can do about that. He will step in here. Yes.
You can step after doing all that. Okay.
Yeah. I think that's it for me.
If you're not gonna do anything else, don't step there, please.
Oh, okay, sure. All right. I guess you can tell me that telepathically. So.
Actually, he wants his
If you're gonna use this flanking, I wouldn't like to flank the spiders as well.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
This week, rotational flanking where people keep moving to flank each other.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's what's gonna happen. Amanas will move here, and then he will strike down these spiders who dare to attack his royal personage. 16 for 13 slashing damage.
They can have resistance, so it'll be half, but you shouldn't be doing 0.5 calculations. I have to check that.
Well, that's him.
It is told to floor the damage. That's weird. Oh well.
Maybe it
Well,
prints it out
actually,
before it's floored.
I'll use my bonus action to do a little lay on hands on myself.
You stop touching yourself. God.
Well, I don't necessarily touch myself, I just channel it, sort of. But yes,
I
am
saw
touching
you
can do
myself.
that
laying
as
your
a bonus
hands on
action?
yourself.
You are suddenly looking a lot healthier, though.
Yes, the divine energy courses through and sorts some of this stuff out.
All right.
Your silver energy manifesting through.
That's right.
Okay. That's almost dead. Zed?
Poke the spider with my sword. 17, thankfully.
It takes damage. It's quite difficult slashing up a whole bunch of spiders with a scimitar.
I shall move there. That's my turn.
Okay.
I don't know if there is anything at the end of this
Bonus.
long tunnel, but I do have 120
Myself,
foot
yeah.
dark vision.
I'll get back to you on that in a minute.
Alright.
Nothing for immediate attention. That said, who does the spiders think is... I mean, that guy with the giant metal sword is kind of scary. Best way out is this way.
Does he provoke?
He does provoke from everyone other than you.
Yeah. I know that, but he provokes.
But people want to attack the swarm as it runs away. You can.
Yeah, I'll smack the swarm.
Technically, Valky, you would have advantage to your attack.
Yeah, but I can't. I can only use my thing as a part of an attack action opportunity, so I have nothing in my hands at the moment.
Unfortunate.
It's a bit weird, honestly. But
On the other hand, he got wounded at least by the greatsword.
Yep.
Which does mean actually it has reduced strength now. It's now because it's now under its half health. It can be dealing less damage.
Hits the shield and does nothing.
You managed to hold off a swarm of spiders with your shield, smacking them back.
I mean, what's not solved by a firebolt? Apparently nothing is
That's
solved
right.
with one. Absolutely nothing. So what's down this long ass corridor? Alright.
You see, is that plant life?
Plant life. Alright. Weird.
Some kind of plant life, and is that water dripping down the walls, like fresh water?
I do not wish to be near any swarm. So come and hide over here.
You don't want it to bail ship onto you.
Not leaving, but I do not wish for them to come to me without being smacked by Eliza.
She's doing a decent job. As she takes some more careful swings to try and avoid cutting up poor Zed.
All right, step in. 1 sneak attack.
And as said before, they're not resistant to psychic damage, so
All right.
Initiative is over. It goes quiet for the moment, though you can hear deep scuttering inside all the walls around you. But nothing rears its head for the moment. It seems for now it's just all the spiders fleeing your onslaught.
Oh.
I'll move all these to the GM's graveyard.
Oh, at this, Cerys, the only one not mind linked, will point down the corridor into darkness that no one else quite see past and say, there seems to be some plant down there. Look to Eliza and say, how are there plants down here?
There weren't any last time I was here. Though that was years ago.
I suppose giant spiders and centipedes weren't either, so that can be forgiven.
There were plenty of spiders before, but never one's, points to the giant corpse. They certainly weren't here.
Might be just natural growth.
We best prepared for more.
What's down here?
The tunnel curves. The tunnel seems to continue sloping downwards this way, which you were aware it goes deep. It's supposed to go much deeper before it gets to the castle mine. This way remains quite level.
Alright, well, Amanas will motion the others to hold, and he will just take a step here, just peek around the corner.
There appears to be bones scattered around the place. Several bones.
Human? Or animal?
Humanoid. There's a couple of animals, but there's also a couple of humanoids.
Well,
So you'd have to get a closer look if you wanted to tell anything more than that.
yeah, no, he'll come back and say, bones, humans, and, animals, presumably, around there. So either the spider dumped bones over there, or something else lives down that road.
So possibly more things have moved in. Great.
Yeah, it's quite a charming little ecosystem. Looks over to Cerys. What do you see?
She looks back down the corridor and says, plant life. Strange thing to have down here. Do you not agree? Looks to Zed, the druid.
Would I know if it's a strange things? I don't think it's a strange things. If there's a water at least.
I mean,
in caves, photosynthesis is pretty difficult.
Sure.
you might be. It's hard for you to judge. I mean, it's certainly caves generally have limited ecosystems, though they still have fungus and some things that grow. You might need to get a bit closer though, so you can actually see it yourself to really investigate.
If nothing is stopping me, I could go closer.
Anyone stopping you right now, Cerys?
She's not stopping him. She's
Ah, well,
far
I
from
suppose-
bulky in her courtier's clothes.
I shall go look if there are anything we should be wary of.
You can hear skittering up ahead.
Skittering, huh?
I will stop then and inform the others.
I attempt to sneak forward around the corner then.
Go ahead.
Just briefly at this point, Cerys will look back to Lady Eliza and in a hushed tone will check that she's okay, just saying, are you well?
I'm fine. I'm not gonna let some bugs get to me.
She'll give the girl a wink and then move on with the group.
All right.
It's a natural area.
Sneaky time then. I assume I would need to roll a stealth check.
Yes, please.
All right, let's do
Before
it.
you go, I give you a tap.
All right. All right, campaign. All right. Let's see. Okay, that's a 10, and then D4, which is a 2, and he's going to add a bit of his psionic power to this, because when his actually, let me check. Hold on. Exactly what the ability says. Okay. Well, if I fail this, then I can roll a die, but I guess with stealth checks is not exactly you don't know whether you fail or not, right? Dark. So
It's a bit of a more difficult one though.
so I guess what I could do is I can roll it anyway. And yeah. And if I still fail, then I don't lose the die. But if I succeed, I'll take it out anyway, because he doesn't know, so he'll just make sure and do it anyway. So he will use his psionic ability to dampen his steps and add a bonus to his roll of 1. So he rolls a 13 as he sneaks around the corner.
Sneak.
Yep. Can you see anything from here?
You can, actually. So it's not a large cave area, well, though it's certainly more spacious than what you've had to deal with now. A ceiling vaults a little bit, and you can see several more centipedes currently just kind of chittering around. Though, admittedly, you don't have the most light to work with, but you can kind of make out their shapes in the darkness.
Okay. He will relay that back to Zed and Amanas through telepathy. If there's skittering things about, then perhaps it would be best to lead the party through rather than get caught up by himself. That is, if he didn't get spotted already. But he will attempt to sidle back down the corridor.
One thing you do notice, I will note while you're there, though.
Oh yeah.
Indeed, there is plant life, and you have a much better view of it from up here.
Okay.
It's not a lot, but you can see kind of almost like root systems kind of growing through the walls. Just heavy, kind of intertwined roots, and across the ground, they are almost like flowering little bits of greenery. They're not much. The room smells oddly minty, actually.
Oh.
And on the far side of the room, you can make out what seems to be a water pool, and you can see the kind of large bulbous fungi. One of them's even like almost the size of a pumpkin.
All right. Can you make any sort of decision based on that, whether or not this is dangerous or not? These fungi, or are they just inert?
Wisdom, nature.
Sure. Let's go for it. I should actually use this because I use the die. Wisdom, nature.
Isn't nature usually?
Sorry, Isa, I couldn't quite catch that.
Isn't nature usually intelligence?
I thought it was.
But it can be wisdom.
Oh,
I
yeah, it
guess.
is.
Either way. I'm just.
I thought it was wisdom based.
No, nature's intelligence.
No, it's
Survival is
intelligence.
wisdom.
Intelligence.
Okay, either or then, I can accept intelligence.
I mean, yeah, I'll do intelligence. That makes probably more sense for him. 16.
None of it looks too. None of it overtly looks too dangerous to you. It's unusual, especially the sheer amount you're seeing growing here. But it's nothing directly says to you that this is like you don't think it's poisonous or anything.
All right. Well, you'll
At least to
relay
the
that
best of your
back.
knowledge.
Yeah. Probably ask Zed to take a better look if he has a chance after these centipedes are taken care of, but he will sidle back to the rest, and no doubt Amanas has relayed back to Cerys and Eliza, so they know the deal. Would ask what they want to do.
Well, we, on the one hand, we can ignore them if we don't need to go through here specifically. I doubt centipedes have any wealth or anything else they store that would aid us in our quest here. Then again, if someone else got down here and got into these, they have killed a lot already, it seems, and I am loath to lead these monsters underneath the city.
And we take them out.
He nods.
Yeah, I think Cerys will make the pointed words of we should clear them lest they grow too bold and start attacking the people.
And
Alright.
a point, if we are to escape back out through here, would be best to not, well, run into these.
That is fair enough. Alright, well, Amanas will heft his greatsword and move up.
Okay then. In that case, we will be declaring initiative as you go
Right.
into the next area.
I do declare.
I doth do declare.
Doth done do.
Doth do David.
Forsooth, verily.
Forsooth, doth declare. Thine initiative is rolled.
This is
Yeah,
clearly
roll it.
Cerys' voice for the rest of the game now.
Yes, no. For
If
sure.
Cerys dies, I'm totally rolling. Different character with that exact voice.
Pompous bard that likes to declare things constantly.
No, like a wizard.
I mean, we do need a court herald. Still.
It's true, the court herald.
We'll get one.
Chester.
Can ride out to the people with a trumpet and then a scroll to declare.
And
Okay,
some
let me-
pompous guys with really big flags.
Yeah, and you have
Behind them.
one of those like German puffy hats with a feather in it.
Really puffy. Like,
Yeah.
have to almost be so puffy that it's like falling down a little, right over the
Yes.
edges.
Oh yeah.
Like a muffin top that's gone out of control.
Yeah, exactly. No, I like the great swords in Warhammer. Like that's
yeah.
super puffy. Like
Exactly like that, yeah.
As you begin to move forwards with the less quiet members of the party, the crunching of heavy boots on the ground. There is suddenly kind of a silence for a moment, and then very loud skittering as you can hear the creatures approach you.
Hi.
As it lunges out, trying to latch onto your arm.
No, be gone.
Well,
Haha.
hi there,
It is
friend.
glory is mine. Everything is poisonous. Help. Send help.
You suddenly see like
Oh,
swarm.
no.
As you suddenly see a swarm of of various little beetles and like small centipedes will start approaching.
Man, if I had like fire hands. Ah, he charges onto me.
Doesn't have an attack available this turn though.
Sure.
Mercy has been sent for you.
On the plus side, you can at least reach, like everyone behind can reach the swarm on me.
That's true. This one will move up to here. And what does it exactly want to do here? Let's, because it can't really get past properly. It will go ahead and kind of rear up and spit this kind of toxic venom past the king, aiming at the elf, aiming at Zed.
Oh.
I was going to say, there's 2 elves here, man.
Yeah, but you're too far. You're too far back.
Pretty impressive though. Spitting like, 10, 15 feet. That I can't do that.
I know some chavs that could probably do that.
Probably, yeah. They have like years of experience, man.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
No, doesn't hit. It's the wall. At least 13.
It's just kind of just splatter of just viscous green goop on the wall.
Oh, good.
Paralyzed.
Rather be paralyzed or dead.
Neither. Thank you.
Paralysis is really bad.
Christ, how many of these little bastards are there?
Oh dear.
Spit.
Didn't realize there was that many.
That spit was going to be at our king, but
Not
Yeah.
to die.
That's a miss.
Yeah, I agree.
you've got the wait. Sarah?
Still want to do it, Valky?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, I do.
So, as a bonus action, Cerys will reach out and touch Vikas' shoulder. And with a chipper voice, as she is in her spring moods, will say, have fun. And then he teleports 30 feet forwards.
Oh. Yeah, how does it look? What are you sending me into portways?
For like a fraction of a second, you're in like the Feywild,
Ah,
and then just dumped back in to the world 30 feet that way.
all right. Plop.
A
Here I
sprinkle
am.
of petals and flowers appears with. It's really
Yes.
Yep. And as Phase Step is just a mere bonus action, I can use a firebolt part on the bug swarm that is on top of our king. Because that's
Hold still, my liege.
it's always safe. Hold still. Let me use the spell that has done nothing so far. Ahaha. Maximum damage.
Well, as it turns out, insects are also not resistant to fire damage.
I'd hope not.
Nice.
And you know what? Not a fan of being here. Sorry, Lady Eliza. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry.
Just laying if I like just. Oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry. Oh,
Are these creatures immune to fear?
No.
All right. Well, in that case, seeing we are a bit swarmed, as it were. And Amanas, have the indignity of fighting insects. Like literally, the insect can defeat him, and that is not a pleasant thought. So I think we are going to activate the racial here. Let's see. Features. See that.
I wonder what the highest CR insect there is.
I could probably look it up, but now's not the time.
Probably hellish, like death beetle or something. Alright. Yeah, bit overkill perhaps, but the king has had enough, and I will activate the necrotic shroud.
That doesn't sound friendly.
Yes. So use an action to unleash the divine energy within yourself, causing eyes to turn into pools of darkness and two skeletal, ghostly, flightless wings sprout for your back. Instead, you transform. Other creatures within 10 feet of you that you can see must succeed a charisma saving throw or become frightened of you until the end of your next turn.
Where's that?
I know. He's seen it before. Maybe he hasn't.
Did you say charisma saving throw?
Charisma saving throw is what I'm saying. Yes. A DC 13.
How low is your charismas?
Oh, I have to make also a save.
Yes, you are a creature. It's not friendly, unfortunately.
Oh.
I want to
Terrifying you are.
So I want to confirm. The swarm of centipede has a charisma of 1.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a hot minus. Yeah.
Great.
Everyone fails, which means you are frightened until the end of my next turn. Frightened means that you cannot approach me, and you have disadvantage on all ability checks and attack rolls.
While in line of sight of you.
Yes. I also do 3 extra necrotic damage for 1 minute on each attack.
Look how startled they are with all their exclamation marks.
Yeah, just
once on each of your turns?
Huh?
It says once on each of your turns. You do the extra necrotic damage.
Yes.
Alright.
But I only have 1 attack, so for each attack I do.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm done.
Well, isn't that creepy?
Yes.
Lady Eliza will shoot her bow past, trying to hit the giant centipede in front of you. Given how you look right now, she kind of looks a little bit anxious to approach.
That's fair.
With all the dark shroud. That is just barely hit.
Well, hey.
Arrow just crunches straight into the centipede and it just screeches and falls to the side.
Oh no.
Oop.
Hey, Valky.
Oh dear.
The enemy is flanking.
Yes. 14 is still not enough. Barely.
It's a sad day to be a giant centipede. The incredibly frightened Zed.
I guess I will poke the swarm with my sword.
You can.
Sure, let's go with that. 10, no.
Swarm does not care.
That's all.
Alright, well, let's see here.
You have found yourself new friends.
Yes, cunning action, disengage. I'll go around this way. I see anything up north before decide whether I want to stay here.
Or you're wondering if you see their mother.
Yeah.
Queen centipede.
No.
Giant
You-
centipede.
You do weirdly see what appears to be a bedroll
Okay,
and
interesting.
supplies.
Well, it doesn't have much time to internalize that because he's going to be swiping at the centipede for a crit. For 12 psychic damage. Too bad he doesn't have sneak attack, but
It's
will make
dead.
do. Wonderful. Well then, he will. Let me think. Yeah, he'll stay here. And he will take out his dagger just in case.
Hmm. You know, it doesn't really like this person anymore. It's going to go here. Maybe this person will be better to bite.
No.
This centipede is not allowed to approach you. That's correct.
That's correct.
We'll move over here to hide from you.
There you go.
He'll then spit venom at Valky.
Alright, doesn't have disadvantage because it's out of line of sight, so. Thank God. 12 doesn't hit.
Just the fact that it could have crit though.
It could have crit first and I'd be dead. Well, I would be dead, but I'd be in
You'd be
deep trouble.
paralyzed.
Oh no, that actually would have killed me, yeah. Well,
Don't worry, only
no.
paralyzed. It doesn't kill.
True.
It might eat you afterwards. That's a different problem.
That is scary.
Well, you're on its nest.
Alright. That is not a hit.
You guys are avoiding the serious poison damage of these guys.
Yeah, barely.
I mean, yeah, it's a little awkward. I don't want to get anywhere near that swarm. So I guess it's gonna just have to have cover from me, right?
Welcome to the problem of being in a tiny cave.
Yeah. That's fine, I guess. I'll just come here just to make sure that I have that shot and 21, nice.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
4 damage.
Nice.
Burn, baby, burn.
Away. Okay, one more in case it goes straight through Eliza, which is unlikely, but still.
Just charged through Lady Eliza to get here.
You know what? I played a bold sorceress once, and she died many times. I do not
Yeah.
plan to be that again.
That's fine. Amanas will look to the swarm, look to Zed, and be like, "Well, sorry," and then he'll disengage or not disengage, but he'll like rush over here to try to save poor Vikas from being eaten by a big centipede.
Some of the swarm will lash out and try to grab you as you're going.
Oh, I thought they didn't have.
They do have the ability
They
to
do.
take attacks.
All right.
It'll be fine.
As a couple of the bugs try to land on you and start trying to bite.
Well, it is afraid of me, so I'll have disadvantage, which is not enough. 14 damage. Ow.
There's a lot of
Why is
damage.
the save not appearing on there? There's supposed to be a save for the poison damage. Oh. Well, con save DC 11.
All right. Well,
You're a paladin.
nope.
All right.
Well, I can't add my charisma yet. That's high level, so
Oh,
I
is
need to
it?
be level 5 or something for that.
Well, so I suppose you take 8 plus 6.
Yeah. Ow. Well, let's do a swing with the greatsword on this thing. Advantage flank. So 20 for 14 damage plus 3. So, well. Chronic, yeah, restoring 10 hit points from lay on hands on myself. Do that.
Go ahead.
That's it.
You okay there, Zed?
Yeah.
Tries to
I
skewer.
have been covered by bugs before.
Tries to skewer the bugs with her bow.
That was a very interesting Friday night.
I mean, it's usual Friday night.
Not great. I don't think. Are they frightened anymore?
No, they would not be frightened anymore.
Like a 5-foot step here to block their path, and then I do scooter with my scimitar. No.
Not hit the swarm.
That is me.
Alright, well, it's still there, so let's see here. What can I do? Sure. Well, he has some light here, so that's nice. Does Centipede have cover from where he is? I assume.
I'd say no.
Okay. Well, he will throw a blade at the Centipede then. Oh wow, 10. That's a miss, I assume.
10 is a miss.
He'll flit around here, which is bonus action. He'll throw the other one at the bug swarm here. And since Zed is beside it, hopefully he can sneak attack. No, 10. Again. All right, well, that's him.
Insects.
No, they actually hit me.
DC 11 con save for the poison.
You can do it. Yay.
So you just take the 6 piercing in this case. I'm back.
I'm not scared anymore.
Is it refrightened or anything, or not?
No. The frightened stuff is only on the first round. The necrotic damage though hangs around for a bit.
17 hit you?
Yeah, that's a hit. So 5
7 con
damage.
save, 12 damage.
Save. Come on. Alright, makes that. So
You just
that's
5
good.
piercing.
What? Piercing. Ugh.
I was like, what do you guys mean when you said 5e is more lethal?
Oh yeah. It is. For sure. Should have picked up that armor mastery feat.
You know, it's the usual.
Continue doing what you do best.
It just works, man. It just works. 3 damage on the swarm, maybe. 15 hits. Hope. Yeah, nice. You know, it's consistent damage.
I'll just hit you. It's dared to bite you.
Well, let's try to kill it, shall we? Let's see here.
Thankfully for you, the giant centipedes are quite glass cannons.
Yeah.
Lots of damage.
He will circle around like this in case Vikas needs to come in to do a flank. And he'll strike. 17 for 10 damage. Plus 3. So, yeah, that's enough. Good. And then he'll take like 2 step back. Where's the others in case they need help? Because, ow.
Lady Eliza will stab at the swarm. drawing her short sword. Slaying it.
Yay.
This encounter. As there is kind of this silence, even the scuttering in the walls stops.
Shut up, Scatter.
You look wounded, my king. Do you need some healing?
The Amanas leans a little bit on his sword and says, "Well, I do spot some supplies over there. Perhaps now that we've cleaned out this mess, we can take a short rest here. If I catch my breath, I am sure I will feel much better. No need to expend our limited resources quite yet."
Sure. If you're feeling brave, my king.
Yeah, maybe look through the camp a bit, see if we can pick up anything useful.
Okay.
Yeah, let's have a look. What's about?
Why doesn't someone give me a intelligence investigation?
Uh-huh.
I will give one.
I'm going to visit the bathroom.
Go ahead.
Before you roll, I will
Yes.
give you guidance.
Okay.
Ah, this old game.
Uh,
Yes.
Would be a 20.
Vikas takes a look around. There is indeed a small encampment here. There's a few barrels of, you look into it, ale. They're still they have the labels of taverns on the side of them, which is an interesting note. And there's kind of bags full of, admittedly at this point, rather gross-looking produce. There's some salted meat that actually does look good still. Some of it's been eaten, but some of it's, still in good shape. There's a bedroll here that seemingly hasn't been used in quite a long time, and most notably, there is seemingly a footlocker, an old chest. Looking inside, it looks like someone definitely stored their gear here. It's not great gear, but some low quality armor, some very basic weaponry, a little bit of gold, though it's mostly silvers and coppers actually in coinage. It looks like a small herbalist's manual,
Handy.
and several vials of strange liquid.
Okay.
Would I know what kind of liquid since I'm proficient with her?
You're proficient in herbalism.
Yep. At least with the kit.
Given your proficiency in herbalism, you can take a look at the vials. You're not you have a hunch what they are, at least. You're not entirely sure what it's made up of, but it looks like it's perhaps a combination of kind of spores and a bunch of different agents and similar that have been used to encourage growth of what's inside. It seems like whoever was here was intentionally causing growths down here of plants.
Pick those up.
For whatever reason, they were here, at least trying to grow plants down here, and it seemed like it worked.
Pleasant surprise, a plant growing wild. Well, that mystery has been resolved.
There is some bones down here as well, though you have no way to know if it's the same person or not.
Hmm. Well, I suggest we take a short rest here.
You don't hear any scuttering nearby. Doesn't sound like any insects are approaching.
Sure. Let's do it.
Okay.
So,
Feel free to take short rests.
yes, I will spend some hit die.
One hit dice on my natural recovery.
Lady Eliza will keep watch, given she's not injured and she's still in fairly good shape.
So correct me if I'm
I mean,
wrong
some
here,
are.
but you do add your con score to hit die spending, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
yes.
do.
There is a hit die macro if you want to use that, which will automatically do that for you.
Hey, hot 11.
Or you can do it
Awesome.
manually. But yeah, that's a decent amount of health.
Yeah, nice.
I will use also that to recover my second level spell slot.
That's nice.
In addition, as you're taking a rest here and Lady Eliza is on watch, she speaks to you all and kind of gives you her gratitude for coming along to help here. And you have to admit, you can understand why the commoners would see her as such a leader. There is just something about kind of her natural presence that kind of makes you want to fight with her.
Right.
Her Fury of the North ability will trigger here. All of you gain 5 temporary hit points for a short resting with her.
Awesome.
Ooh.
The temporary hit point button does exist for you.
Well, Amanas sees the fiery passion of Lady Elisa, and he's impressed. Musing to himself that with stalwart young heroes like this, the kingdom might not be lost after all.
Well, given the condition of this camp, the bones and the creatures here, I think Vikas would see it prudent just to take at least the meager amount of gold that was left. And if they do find the individual, he'll give it back. But it'd be going to waste down here with these creatures roaming around the place.
Yeah, and I
Fine.
will do the vials.
Our grand quest supersede any petty ownership laws, I feel.
Right. How much would that be, Derek?
I will add that to the war table for you for later.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. All right. Well,
how many
It's not much though, I'm telling you. So.
yeah, that's fine. Every little helps.
Dark, how many vials of the plant
Uh,
growing?
Of the strange herbalistic substance, there are currently 3 vials intact.
Guess we're taking them, right?
Yeah, I'm taking.
All
And
right.
there's some salted meat and such down here, which mechanically you don't need to track, but hey, it's food.
Yeah, it's good food.
As all of you can rest, someone's sitting on a giant fungus. It's squidgy.
Yes. I need to check if I get my psychic die back on a short rest. Let's see. Long rest. Okay.
Lovely.
Okay. So as a bonus action, I can regain 1 per short rest. So I suppose retroactively, would you permit me to do that to get the dice back I spent before the rest?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah, your hour goes by, and while you can hear some of the scuttering return, it seems like whatever it is choosing to stay away from you.
Right. Well, with the hour up, Vikas will attempt to re-establish his link. He'll have to roll this time. For real, because it's on long rest. All right, 5 hours. That's a bit better. Same people, Zed and Amanas.
The ladies all get left out.
They're well capable of taking care of themselves.
He's one.
It's more for relaying information, so.
Shall I send another fox spirit ahead to scout us?
If you have another one, sure.
We short rested, I get it back.
Yeah, it was more bones like up here, so it might be a good idea.
Yeah. I will summon my little bit foxy to scout.
Foxy.
Not little.
I'll move all of you ahead as you leave your campsite.
The darkness has taken over our souls.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah.
Cerys is finally succumbed to the shadow.
I've succumbed to the shadows. This is my form now. This is. Oh, I see the light. Oh, oh.
Gosh, daydreaming again.
There's a couple more signs of fungus down here, but they're fairly minor and the kind of stuff you'd actually expect to be down here instead of the grove. But yeah, there's a large scattering of bones here that look like they have been rather brutally broken. Something with some kind of size to it definitely came through here.
Well then, let's be careful. What's this over here?
Over there, it appears to be some debris of some kind, wooden debris.
He will peek over to take a look, but he'll look around at the ceiling and such. Make sure there's nothing hiding there in that corner.
You don't see anything hiding there.
All right, he'll go over. A bunch of debris. Say anything of use or interesting in this debris?
Looking through it, let's see. What was your investigation bonus?
Let me
Guidance.
take a look.
I'll take a passive here for this.
Passive investigation is 12.
You look through. There's. It looks like this is the remnants of a mining cart.
Okay.
One of the various basically wheelbarrows used down in the mines. There's not much to it. It's a combination of rocks and such here for the most part. It's been broken by something big. But it's interesting that it's here, which implies someone was moving something out of the mine, perhaps.
Is there any sign of any tracks, or is it just by itself, like as if someone was?
There's no track here at the moment. If whoever did this, if they did, whenever this was done, it was long enough ago that tracks are gone now.
Right. Okay.
The one thing you will note in there, though, is one of the rocks has this weird glitter to it, almost.
Weird glitter. Well, glitter is usually good. You will reach out to pick it up.
There's this very warm sensation as you pick up the rock.
Huh.
A familiar warmth, a comforting one.
Oh. Okay.
Not comforting for most, but for you it is.
All right. Well, he'll pocket it.
He moves. He doesn't see anything right now.
Okay. Well, he'll move back. Group. Just say nothing too out of the ordinary. Just found something of use, and we can continue.
Yeah, and the fox is going to scout ahead.
Fox go.
It has action, so it can see.
Okay.
Do you need a stealth roll for it?
We need a stealth roll, yes. You're able to keep going without seemingly anything hearing you, as far as you can tell. The fox, in distant past memories, rush to it as it sees a web-filled room and a very large spider hanging from the ceiling, though seemingly not moving.
Form this to me back. Which I relate information, and then it will try to. Can it see if the spider is dead?
Doesn't look dead. I mean, it doesn't have any injuries on it.
I mean, Zed will inform us that there's one more spider at least ahead. Kill it now,
Alright.
the fox, or
What's that? What was that,
I
Isaac?
was going to ask, do you want to deal it with now, or should I send the fox try to send the fox ahead to see if there's more?
I mean, you could
We can do it
try
now. Or attempt to sneak past it.
Probably difficult
I
if
mean-
there's webs everywhere, right? They probably send
Yes.
Yeah.
in
The
webs.
entire area counts as difficult terrain. And
Does
something
burrow
that
help
Zed
with
would be
that?
fully aware of, unless you are very careful to avoid disturbing any of the webs, even touching a single one will probably alert the spider you're there.
Hmm.
If you're small and nimble, you might be able to get through, but, you know.
Yeah, one misstep and
I mean-
you're in trouble. Yeah.
It's up to you, man.
Either fine with me, so we can fight. I can have the scout later, and it's helpful in combat also.
All right. If it can help in combat, that seems very good. So let's do it.
Before it gets mauled again.
Yes.
So it doesn't.
All right.
Okay.
Mm.
The group can move themselves into position.
Being, a little bit more careful now. Amanas will actually stow back his greatsword for this fight and draw out his shield and his flail.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
You've had enough of the poison.
It's not great. I will be honest.
We will roll initiative. Oh, I just realized you couldn't even see the giant spider before where it was.
Ah,
There you go.
yeah.
Save
I'm so
the
thankful I made these bulk initiative buttons.
Yeah, they're very useful.
Save the 20s, man. Ah.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Can't help it.
I really should have added the highlight onto this macro so it highlights whenever you roll 20s.
Apparently not.
I say I should have. Just for pointing it out.
So we can.
Didn't know spiders could sleep, but I guess they can, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Hanging out.
Everything with a brain has to sleep, right?
But it doesn't have eyelids. It can't close its 8 eyes.
Right, but I mean, a dolphin can sleep one half of its brain at a time. I'm pretty sure evolution has given a spider away to sleep, right?
I don't know. I don't trust him.
That's fine, I guess.
I assume if I step here, I will disturb the web, right?
So all tiles which have the that you can see the kind of white on are difficult terrain, and if you want to avoid disturbing the spider's web, you're going to have to make a very hard stealth check.
Well.
Just pluck it like a badass and come back.
I mean, you could actually provoke it. That's an option.
Yeah, I feel I could provoke it.
It would be
Why not?
hilarious.
Let me attempt the stealth check because I assume it's part of my movement, right? I don't need to use my action for it, or do I need
Part
to
of
use
your
my...
movement.
All right, I will attempt to move in here. I'll make a stealth check before I move. The dex stealth. I assume that's not going to work, but I'll step here. Hi.
As the
Okay.
tiny vibrations kind of go up the web, and just as soon as even a tiny sliver reaches it, all of its 8 eyes just point straight at you.
Yes, I can see you now. Well, damn it, because if I had done it, then I would have gotten advantage. Oh well. Let's throw some daggers at this spider. If I can even see it, actually, is it too dark or?
You're definitely not having good light conditions here. I definitely think you have disadvantage due to the light, if nothing else.
That's fair.
Unfortunately, your light source is around the corner right now.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. I'll attempt anyway. So, I still have 5 feet of movement left, so I can get behind the corner. He'll throw one for 24. For 6 psychic damage, and he will
I
use his...
think you might get sneak attack on it if it's the first action of the combat and they haven't acted yet.
I have disadvantage anyway, so it doesn't matter. It cancels out.
No, but like the sneak attack. Oh, maybe you can't get sneak attack when you have disadvantage. I forgot.
No, you
Sneak
have
attack is if I
advantage.
have... Yeah, sneak attack I need advantage or a target within 5 feet.
An ally.
Yeah. And an ally within 5 feet, and I don't have disadvantage. So, yeah. So that's the first one. Second one, 9. I assume that's a miss. He will use his last 5 feet of movement, step back here, and that'll be him.
You need your torch to approach.
Yes. He'll relay that the spider's here and awake, if they haven't already heard that. He'll speak this time. And that'll be him.
And Eliza will move to here and will. She'll move she'll move this far she can, and she'll prepare to shoot. She'll ready an action to shoot the spider when she sees it.
Oh. Duh, duh.
Did you step into the sticky webbed area?
Yeah. It's not ideal, but what are you gonna do? So was difficult terrain here, or could I move?
The entire white
Oh,
section is train, but you can move.
well, I guess I can. Though don't necessarily want to move too close. Can the spider shoot things? Can it shoot other spiders? Maybe.
I cannot confirm or deny if it's able to shoot spiders.
Yeah, spider cannon. Well, you know what? We will stay here, I think. Just block this up and try to protect the others in the back. We'll prepare an action though to attack any enemy that comes within reach.
That makes sense.
Alright.
Our Lady of Flame.
She's going to be ready to blast something with a firebolt.
I don't see the spider having a good day.
Mm-mm.
The fox won't do anything on this round.
The giant spider knows how it's going to start its turn.
Sit. Stay. Good fox.
Oh.
Still, spider cannon is still malfunctioning. Good.
It will. It just had like a psychic blade thrown at it. It doesn't know what that is, but it hurt.
Hurt its brain.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it just is incredible pain.
Well, I think I can see it from here. Yeah?
Yeah, you can see it.
Oh, max
Oh.
damage.
All right.
You know what? It will return fire.
Alright.
Oh dear.
Miss.
And shoot things.
All right.
It deals no damage. Wait, should it be dealing poison damage? That's weird. That macro's off. I
Poison
kind of.
web, that's...
0 points of non-applicable damage. The worst damage type in 5e.
What is a restrained demon web?
It's,
Okay.
it's like shooting quantum damage or something. Oh wow. Fucking- Is he going into covers like a sniper spider? What the fuck?
It's seemingly afraid of the people shooting fire and flaming knives.
Yeah, I assume the plan is to keep spawning, so let's get in there and get it.
Yeah, we need to get in there for sure.
It will keep every turn trying to spawn more spiders.
That's fine.
It's done a terrible job at it so far. Both of them have. But they'll try.
Smack the spider.
Like, imagine if it just spawned 3 swarms then. That would be a very different fight.
That would be nasty, yeah.
Vikas. Yeah, it's 5 hours got there.
Zed?
I guess that works, yeah.
You're now entering difficult terrain.
I got moved. Can I be there?
You can get there.
Here? Yeah. I will be there and I will do a thorn whip at the spider.
It's a long whip.
Yeah, 30 feet.
Are you pulling the spider?
And it's pulled 10 feet towards me.
Which now puts it in reach of Lady Elysia's attack.
Oh, perfect.
And she started blasting.
Like
I
Danny
started
DeVito.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh wow, combo kill. Good work.
Dragon shoot.
You know,
She's an ace
firebolt,
with that
thorn
bow.
whip, longbow, bam. Uh-oh.
I mean, no one's
Okay,
Jason.
well,
Die!
that's good. I was worried about that. Ugh.
They rolled terrible initiative, however, and given it's a new round, I don't think they're going to survive.
No. Alright, well, difficult terrain, so 10, 20. He will attack twice. First one to hit 16 for 7 damage,
Yep.
and bonus action 18 for 4. Alright, that's him.
Didn't broke anything. That works. Sorry about that.
Nope.
Oof.
Unfortunately, the giant spider's corpse end up kind of leaning forward and falling forwards and kind of blocking the arrow.
Yeah.
Well, he has seen what these things do. He's not pleased. Move here. Try to smack it with his flail.
You should have a shield to bash them away now.
Ha! 19 bludgeoning damage. Or 19, 9.
For 4
Wish
blood.
it was 19. That was pretty good.
19 probably would have finished it off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me.
Pew.
Very nice on those damage rolls.
I mean, it's a singular die. It's a 1d10, I think
Yeah.
it is. So it's very
Big
fluctuating.
swings.
Yeah. But I mean, it's a cantrip. So.
Yeah. Oh wait, sorry, no. I was reading your second roll as your damage for some reason.
Oh,
Sorry.
no.
I didn't mean to be like, oh, nice roll. Sorry.
I mean, it's a swingy shot, I think.
This is swingy dice, yeah. This is on me?
Yep.
Yes. That was definitely a hit. 4, 7. Do I take a DC?
Yep, these guys aren't poisonous. Thankfully.
Oh, okay.
Centipedes are, spiders are not. The little spiders are not.
Wonderful.
Yep,
The
yep.
fox gonna move here and use it action to give me advantage on my next attack as a help action.
Help! Help!
I shall move and slide the. That's my turn.
Because there are spiders on your face.
Neil?
He's on mute, by the way, on Discord.
Oh, sorry. Spaced out a bit. Yes, let's
There are spiders on your face.
step here and get some advantage. Oh, 13?
Is enough.
Okay. Sneak attack for so 7 total. Wonderful.
As again, silence kind of befalls the area.
I give the fox a strats.
You can see loads and loads of tiny spiders all scuttering away from you, seemingly quite upset that you've killed their mother. On the other hand, they don't seem to be attacking you. So
Shall we get off the web and then I will send our little one to spy ahead?
Sounds like a great idea.
okay. And the group can actually make it through the rest of this little cave network without too much issue.
Oh.
Eventually allowing you to kind of proceed to the old mine shaft that's underneath the keep. And it does appear that you've got here before the Inquisitor's forces and have found out this place exists.
What was mined here? Was it crystals or was it something else?
It looks like this place was primarily mined, from what you can tell looking around, for tin.
Okay, fair enough.
Not super valuable, but still useful.
Oh, sure.
You don't see any glittering rocks around like the one that Vikas picked up.
All right, well, we will proceed into the mine shaft.
You can. But yeah, you did get here, thankfully, before any of the Inquisitor's forces did, and it doesn't appear this area's been overrun by giant spiders yet.
Well, that's nice.
So for the moment, it's relatively clear as you all kind of move your way through, climbing up the old scaffolding and ladder work that kind of creaks and groans as your boots climb the old woodwork. Some of this has clearly not seen action for years,
Mm-hmm.
possibly decades. But you are, after a while, led by Lady Eliza, so up through the passageways, and eventually to an old, a very old and heavy oak door
Oh,
attached to a stone wall side.
all right.
On,
Well,
on the other side of this will lead to the castle. lead to the keep's basement.
Right.
So try to be quiet because I don't want everyone to come down on us.
Looks down at his heavy armor and all of his weapons.
So we need to be
Rumbles.
quiet. I can handle that. Group quiet or just for you, King? I think group quiet actually is a better one.
Probably.
I believe so.
Let me see how many creatures I can make.
Vikas can manage by himself if it's a trouble to get the group.
No, it doesn't say you and your companions. It doesn't give an amount.
All right.
Great. As Zed starts to wave his arms again, and I will cast to the party a spell. To all of us, I shall cast Pass Without Trace.
All right.
All right.
As I will speak the magic sentence for the spirit. Sneaky gnomes of the forest, heed my call, and let my trace through the shadows. So all of you have +10 to your stealth check.
Okay.
Wonderful. What a great spell.
Yep.
Okay. Who would be taking point on the sneaking forward?
I would be.
Okay. As Vikas then moves up to the old oak door, I presume.
Yes.
Anticlimactically, as you try to open it, however. Clunk. It doesn't budge. Is it locked?
Ah. Well, let's attempt to pick it then. He has thieves' tools on his person.
Very well then. Please attempt to pick it. It looks like a fairly old lock, which is good.
All right. Remind me of what I need to pick a lock.
I would say this would be dexterity plus your tools.
All right. It is expertised, so I'm just gonna roll Dex Stealth. It will be the same modifier.
Go ahead.
17. Is that enough?
It is.
Okay.
Vikas is able to, without too much effort, get the old lock open. And with it, the door creaks open. Thankfully, you didn't have to break the door down, which certainly would have drawn some attention.
Thumbs up from the king.
And inside is an old hallway, which you can barely see down. It's just full of like crates and boxes, and clearly people have been using this hallway to store stuff. They completely forgotten the door's even behind it.
Right. Is it lit in any way?
It is dimly lit by some faint torchlight down the hallway, so you can see.
Vikas would recommend the king to lower his halo,
His royal radiance.
to put his royal radiance back in his pants and continue forward.
The silvery moonlight flickers off.
So if the entire group is moving up ahead, then I will need. Let's see. I will need people to. Actually, so pass of a trade, is that everyone affected, or is that just
Everyone.
Yep,
Yes,
everyone.
everyone.
okay then? Well, I need the party to roll me a group dexterity stealth if they're moving through.
Okay.
+10 then.
+10.
Ooh,
I don't need,
27.
yeah, as usual for this kind of thing, I won't be relying on the lowest roll. I'll just be relying on kind of the top set. But
Okay.
20 is
That's
respectable.
a natural. That's a natural 20 for me. So 32.
Maximum.
I'm stealthy.
36.
You know,
Oh,
the lowest
fine.
being 20, I think we do really well.
Do you need one from the fox?
I don't need one from the fox. Honestly, even if the guards spotted a fox, I don't think they'd care.
Don't fuck this up, Fox.
Fucking
That's
fox.
right.
Fuck it up.
Yeah,
Mhm.
this up, fox.
The group moves
Fucking
with
end you, fox.
the absolute silence. You are swift, moving past several groups of guards that are patrolling the halls down here, and several sets of kind of different patrols. There are clearly the Inquisitor has staffed the base well with his own people, keeping overwatch of the original people here as well. Kind of spreading out his forces to make sure he's got eyes everywhere. But you were able to move fairly seamlessly through some of the hallways without a lot of issue. And though it's difficult, and most certainly, if you got into a fight in these tight hallways, you would be definitely at a disadvantage. But
All right. Oh,
that's not an issue. You managed to make your way across through the basement level and eventually to the prison, where Lady Eliza will inform you where it is up ahead. And all it seems is between you and kind of the prison area looks like three or no, yeah, it's about three guards who are kind of standing in front of the door. Two of them are just idly chatting to each other, and they look like they look like normal natives from up here. And the last one looking like a fairly green-looking acolyte. The two men who are kind of keeping proper watch don't really seem to be talking to the acolyte very much. The acolyte's just kind of sitting behind a little wooden table down here.
Hmm. Okay.
But yeah, they are ahead of you. They have definitely not noticed your presence yet.
well,
Vikas will query telepathically to Amanas whether an ambush would be a good idea here.
yes, we will try to take them out as quickly as we can.
All right. He'll make a punching punching sign with his hand.
Zed will communicate to Vikas that does the king want to only the acolyte guild and save the peasant, or just the peasant against the Inquisition, or all of them?
Good question. What does the king think? He will ask.
Well, they are in our way and they must be destroyed. That is the simple of it.
All Zed.
He gives a nod.
All right. I'll look back and give a nod to Cerys and Eliza, and I guess we move to ambush. Swiftly.
Okay. You will have an opportunity each, if you would like, to make an attack against them before I switch to initiative.
Yes.
They have no clue you're here. If you can successfully kill them in one round of attacks, I won't even bother starting initiative.
Okay. So there were three, you said,
There are three of them. There are two novice-looking guardsmen and a acolyte sitting behind a little desk.
So
Are they-
let me rephrase this question a little bit. So the guards are house guards.
They do appear to be house guards of the castle itself, and they're
Right.
being overwatched by the acolyte.
Slight change of plans then. He'll call over Lady Lisa, whisper to her like if she recognizes those guards.
Pauses for a moment. She kind of looks over them, trying not to get seen herself as she kind of peeks around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I recognize them.
He nods. Then he
Oh.
says, "Do you think they would listen to you and obey you?"
She pauses for a moment. I think I could get them to listen, yes.
He nods. Good. Looks at the others. Kill the acolyte. Leave the others. We'll try to convince them.
All right. Well, Vikas will take the first attack then. He will throw his psychic dagger blade at the acolyte. I assume he has advantage because he's unseen, or
Yep, you totally have advantage. You totally have sneak attack.
all right, let's do it. 15.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's easily
16,
hit.
sorry, rather. All right, then sneak attack. So 10 psychic damage. The acolyte.
Thankfully for you, the acolyte themselves is not the hardiest person. As a psychic blade kind of whizzes through the air, strikes into the acolyte, and the guards don't really see anything. They just suddenly see her head collapse onto a table as she starts bleeding from the eyes. They can't see an injury or a wound or a weapon, and they are very confused.
Yes. Okay. Vikas will look back to Eliza and nod and usher her forward.
Then yeah, we will.
Lady Eliza will quickly move out to try and stop them from shouting.
Yes, bye. It's exactly what I was expecting.
As she will rush forwards and even kind of addressing them by name. Thomas, Barker. Hold it. Hold it. It's me. She kind of approaches forward, specifically not having drawn her weapon, as she begins to converse with her old subjects. These are her people, and without a doubt, they definitely seem to hesitate seeing her appear instead of just shouting. She'll have advantage on this persuasion check. These are her people. And that will be enough for her. Yep, that's enough for her. As the guards appear to hesitate, and Eliza kind of gestures for all of you to come out.
All right, slink out.
Yeah, we will boldly step in.
Thank you both. I understand this is troubling. The guards seem concerned and a little bit distraught, obviously, but Lady Eliza's doing her best to keep them in check. They seem rather concerned now. What do they do about the dead acolyte?
Vikas will begin to take care of the acolyte and basically put them in a place where they can't be seen while everyone else talks about stuff.
Amanas will look at the cell door, look at the guards, and says, "Keys."
They point to the dead acolyte.
All right, Vikas pawns it and then throws it.
Amanas grabs it and opens the door.
Open the door. Inside is the prison area. Rows and rows of cells, all with locked doors and the shutters across them.
All right.
But it seems there's no guards inside, just the guards who are guarding the door.
All right. He will look over to the guards and be like, "Where is he?"
Who?
Frowning at them. You know very well who I'm talking. Bolton.
Oh, Sir Bolton's kept in the very last cell at the end.
He nods. Good, good. Yeah, he will stalk down the corridor, like a glance behind him, in case they try something. But he will go down there and he will open the door.
Lady Eliza seems to have them pacified. They don't seem to want to raise a sword against her.
Good.
You head down to the end of the hallway, and indeed, what you witnessed before you, as you kind of slide the slutter open quickly and look inside, is the gruff, muscular master of arms, Sir Bolton Helgrade.
Well,
He's got some grey in his beard. It's been, he's been doing this for some years, but he's still got most of the black in his beard.
sure. All right.
He kind of peers up at the light shining into his cell.
Oh yeah, the unless can the guards like look in here, or would Amanas be visible to the guards from where he's standing.
They can still see you but you're kind of out of reach of them, but they can see you.
Right. Then he will swiftly open the door to the cell, and as he enters the cell and out of sight of the guards, I presume, he will activate the aura, like his halo around him, and let it shine into the cell as he stands inside the door and looks at Sir Bolton. And
By the maker, what is? Ugh.
He will say, "Sir Bolton, I am Amanas Zeal. Perhaps you've heard of me." A slight smile.
I'm aware of who you are, Amanas.
Good. Then
It's been a while.
he nods. Yes, we heard of the situation, and we decided to come and rescue you. He smiles and says, "Yes, I am aware of that my previous incarnation was not in really the state to rescue anything or anyone. But much has changed over the last few months." He sort of flicks flicks some of the spider goop and stuff from his from his armor, and says, "We have a way out, unless you much prefer to be in your cell."
Unshackle me. I'm happy to come.
Good.
And by the
Approaches.
I knew I started right not telling them where you were.
Yes, that was going to be my other question, as he unlocks the shackles. Were you asked of us?
They didn't ask directly about you. They were asking about fugitives and similar.
No.
I don't know if they know who you are. Well, where you are. I don't know if they know if you're in this region or not, but they're looking for something.
Good. Means they haven't directly identified us yet, and that is good. We do need to get out of here. The guards are currently pacified. Lady Elisa is keeping them busy. But yes, we cannot stay long.
He rolls his shoulders. It's been a while where he's been just locked up here.
Yep. As they sort of move towards the door, Amanas will fish in the back and toss Sir Bolton his halberd and say, "Just in case."
He looks at it, frowns for a moment at the slight rust on the edge of it.
That was Castle Steel once upon a time.
But he doesn't. But he doesn't complain, as he kind of gives a gruff confirmation.
Yep. Then Amanas will turn off the aura as he steps out, so the guards can't see him with that on. And then he will stalk back, pulling up the furry collar of his cloak, try to cover some of his face.
As you move back, the guards have been relatively pacified. They've not really moved much, and Vikas is. How would you hide a body?
Well, I figure that he'd basically drag it back to the Karens because, or at least the entranceway.
Just chuck him down the ladder into the mine.
Yeah, I mean, it's the easiest way to do it. Yeah, but there is still the question, however, that Vikas has in his mind, and probably expresses to Lady Eliza a little bit out of earshot of the guards while Amanas is talking and rescuing Sir Bolton, that these guards would have to come with us, or else they would be implicit. So hopefully she can convince them to come with us, or else they will probably suffer the consequences of letting this pass.
As Bolton walks out and kind of stands beside Lady Eliza, he clears his throat for a moment. Men, file up. We move out on the Countess's orders. As the two men just kind of hear his voice, kind of see him there with a halberd in hand, pause for a moment looking over where the body was, and then just salute.
We do currently leave no trace behind us, so we can just pick up the body and sort of get out of here.
Yeah, but I have to cast it again for them to also have the bonus.
If you want there to be no trace at all.
I can cast it again. I have a second.
If we do plan on leaving and not doing anything else, then I assume we'd probably be able to get a rest afterwards. So
Yeah, that's what I assume also.
yeah, I think that might be a good idea. Does Lady Eliza have anything to offer in terms of if we say we're going to head back out the way we came? Is she fine with that, or does she have any other ideas herself while we're here?
Well, I don't have a problem with leaving the way we came, though. Sir Bolton, do you know where they took Raiden? The lad, I don't know where he's been. I've not had a peep from the guardsmen about him. She ends up looking to her guards, conversing as well, though it doesn't seem like any of them know where her brother is right now. She curses a little bit, but I'd like to look around some more, but I don't necessarily need all of you here for that. I can always just look around myself.
Amanas frowns and says, Lady Elisa, not only have you helped us a lot, which makes me loath to abandon you in this place, it is also quite dangerous for us to let you out of our sight currently. If you get captured and put to the question, you might involuntarily reveal information about us. If we need to look around, I suggest you at least take Vikas with you, as he is quite adept at keeping silent.
He nods.
He looks over to Zed and says, for how long does your blessing last?
For an hour. If I can keep up the concentration for it.
Looks over to Lisa and says, well, I reckon then you have maybe half an hour at best before we need to leave.
Okay. So you're letting her do her search, but with Vikas in tow.
Yes.
For sure.
And if this is happening, Vikas would like to establish a telepathic link with her, but obviously not like randomly. He will quietly explain how it works and ask for her consent. It would be easier to communicate and not be spotted if they didn't have to talk. But not many people are accustomed or very comfortable with having a presence in your mind. So he will ask.
She pauses as you offer this to her.
He will.
But she nods.
Okay.
To you after a moment of kind of contemplation.
All right. He will, as he does so, he will add the caveat that she can willingly end it at any time she wishes. And he will basically roll another die and reestablish a link with her and Amanas, because I assume he would be leading the other party. So let's do that for 6 hours. All right. Let me, 6 hours, and that'll be more than enough. As Lady Eliza feels, Sanax feels weird and different to everyone, and certainly every individual has a unique signature. But she can feel the cold sharpness of his thoughts. However, they're not directed at her, and so she doesn't feel any malice from them. But she can definitely get a better sense of who he is from their link. in a sense.
The feeling is, well, of course, you also get feelings back connecting to Lady Eliza. And it's this, at first, almost wave of, perhaps, almost given for how long Vikas has been dealing with other things, cute almost naivety of, like, pure, almost these kind of, this pure devotion. You can sense a very strong conviction from her, though, much like the Lord has with his kind of connection. The only difference is, instead of it being a oath of vengeance, it's clearly an oath of something far more pure running through her.
Okay. He'll take a moment to reaccustom himself with a basically new presence, because King and everyone else, it's old news, but someone entirely new, it always takes about a while to adjust.
What is this strange feeling?
Yes, exactly, and I'm sure she's feeling it in far more magnitudes, being it completely unfamiliar to her. Perhaps, I assume so.
She doesn't let it show, but I mean, clearly she's gonna. You know for a fact she's feeling it, even if she doesn't show it.
Yeah, he'll look at her, search her eyes for a moment, and then nod, and telepathically tell her that we should go. Uh, she will have her search, but with Vikas in tow.
Okay. You have the ability to dash as a.
Bonus action.
Which is good, as you see her also, though, swear some kind of oath to herself, and you end up seeing from her, though, also this kind of faint bluish glow kind of form from her,
Oh,
as seemingly she draws some kind of magic out of her own soul as well.
oh, interesting.
As she will go ahead and use Longstrider on herself.
Oh, okay, cool. He'll raise an eyebrow, but won't say much else.
Two of them move off like a bat out of hell, I suppose.
Yeah. Don't have much
She
time, so we have
fastest
to cover ground.
She is clearly determined to find answers. Now, she is of course, she has something she's looking for, which clearly is she's trying to track down some clue to where her brothers ended up. Being prison, execution, or otherwise.
Yes.
Is there anything Vikas wants to look for as you're kind of being quickly darting deeper into the complex?
That's a good question. I assume since they're in like the basement prison area, he's kind of on the eye out for any missives or orders that might have been left laying around from, for example, from the Lord Inquisitor or something, some information that would point to basically the organization of the guards here, or what exactly they're here for, because I assume he would have some other motive other than taking this place over. So basically, he's looking for any information from like confidential information or just something that gives him more info about the hierarchy here, what's going on.
Okay. So you're both going to need to make me stealth checks.
Sure thing.
Rob, and in your case, you can roll me an investigation if you would like to try and find that information.
Yes.
Investigation in this case.
Yes, I will do that. So I'll do the stealth first.
She's at a 23.
Yes. Let's see here. Dex stealth. That's a 19. I will add a die to that because I'm not confident in that roll. Let's see here. So plus 5. So that would be 24. And then he'll do his investigation check. A 9. Okay. Well, that will just be that then.
It's
Can I
difficult.
also die to that?
Yeah, actually, I might as well because right now I can only use them for that. So I'll use my last one to add. Let's see what I add. A 5, so 14 investigation.
It's difficult, especially with the blistering speed that Lady Eliza trying to move at. She's been given a half-an-hour time limit, and she clearly plans to make the most of it.
Yes, that's fair.
She is moving swiftly, but you are able to, as you kind of move past and kind of rather aggressively stealth past some of the guard units, hiding around every little corner you can and behind every little piece of junk that's lying around. One thing that comes to Vikas immediately is you certainly couldn't lead a large number of troops through here. It would be a death wish.
Right.
It's not like you can infiltrate 1 or 2 units through here, but trying to get a large group through here is not going to work out well. There's too many different ways they can send reinforcements through. You'll get crushed. That said, you do find though as you're moving through, you do find a notice pinned to one of the guard watch stations that you're able to snatch.
Ah.
The difficulty for you is I don't know if you can read it.
What is it in?
It's written in Celestial.
That is not something I can read. However,
Yeah, between the acolytes.
Can Eliza read Celestial? Okay, well,
You can take it with you though.
yes, he'll pocket it for now because that can be read later.
I mean, it looks important. It's all sealed with a stamp on the side, so clearly it's important in some way.
Yes, he'll definitely take it. I suppose he could probably recognize it as Celestial, as you said, but he can't read it, so he'll know to keep it.
I imagine you'd recognize it, given the fact that the royal palace used to have quite a lot of celestial text engraved in locations for decorative stuff.
Yeah, he skipped all his classes, but that's good. He'll pocket that as they move forward.
How far in are you willing to let Lady Eliza try and go? How risky are you willing to let her investigation be?
That's a good question.
Are you only going to let her kind of search the lower levels, or are you going to be willing to search a little bit higher?
Well, he's still in contact with Amanas, so he will basically he'll keep updating him basically on how it's going. And I guess as she doggedly pursues, perhaps going up past the lower level, Vikas himself is not exactly comfortable with that, but he will basically ask Amanas what he thinks.
Well, I mean, the magic is still bolstering you, so
Yes.
it should be fine for a little bit longer. So, I mean, you can push it for a little bit and we'll see. But really, on the first sign of trouble, you need to get the fuck out of there.
Well, the word from his king. He will allow her to go up past the lower level, but be on high alert. If first sign of anything, they're bolting, and he will let her know that too.
I'll have you both roll a perception.
Perception.
Keep an eye out. Because you are in dangerous territory.
Yes. Wisdom perception.
And you are currently isolated from the rest of the group.
19.
Okay. It's a good thing Vikas is here to keep an eye on her. As while that your stealth efforts are remarkable, they only work so well when you have exposed corridors.
Yes.
And you're able to help kind of rein her in as you see some individuals go past that do catch your attention.
Oh.
Notably, you see a young knight kind of go past who kind of clad in full plate armor. Clearly some kind of heraldry attached to it, though you don't immediately recognize the heraldry.
Okay.
but he definitely looks proficient and rather dangerous, to your mind.
Yes, I think on the first side of that, because we'll basically tell Eliza that now is the time to return. It's getting far too dangerous. If they get caught here, it is almost impossible for them to be able to leave without getting captured. Has she found anything? Like,
As she'll communicate to you. No, nothing directly, but I haven't heard anyone mention his capture or anything, which I kind of want to see if I can get to his room. It's only a little bit further ahead.
hmm,
There's a lot more people here than there were before.
Vikas,
He stopped the castle thick.
right? He will ask her if she's able to get into his room. Will that be enough for her?
I think so. He's got to have something in there. If he's not been captured, there's got to be some clue to where he's gone. Something.
He will sigh to himself and say, "Then we must be quick." He will let her go, and he will go with.
I'll need another stealth check from both of you.
Okay.
Final stealth check though.
26.
And 15.
Yes.
Okay. You slip into the two of you do manage to seemingly successfully slip into the kind of small chambers. They're not anything grand, but they are. I mean, they're much better. They're much better than the average person's room, so that's to be sure. You know, low class noble quarters, but noble quarters nonetheless. And the first thing that strikes Vickers as you kind of slip inside and close the door, there's a lot of books in here. An insane number of books in here.
Huh.
Do they do anything other than read? You can see. It looks like the place has been ransacked by the guardsmen. They've come through here and caused a mess. But that's probably a good sign then. Probably means he hasn't been captured yet.
All right.
Come on, Ray. There's got to be something in here. She's looking around through all. As she starts looking around, kind of looking into little drawers and stuff like that. Quickly searching as fast as she can because, of course, she knows she needs to get out of here.
Right. Vickers will be at the door, basically looking out. He wouldn't be helping her because, I mean, anyone could walk in while they're in here.
Yeah, it's a remarkably. There's a lot of kind of books, quills. I mean, clearly, well, clearly, unlike Lady Eliza herself, who's admittedly not known for her academics, her brother's probably a bit different though.
Right.
Which is something to say the least. There's even, of all things, a strange glass tube sitting on one of the tables, though it looks broken.
Glass tube. Interesting.
Is that a telescope? It might be a telescope. Huh. All strange things.
Vickers will nudge her basically to hurry up a bit.
Then you hear it from down the hallway.
Ah.
you hear you hear the noise of some people coming down the hallway. It sounds like a servant or two might have heard something.
Right. Well, Vikas will alert Eliza, and basically what they're gonna do is there's no time now that if they exit the room, like they'll be seen as soon as they exit the room, right? At
If
this
you just
point.
rush out of the room, most certainly people will see something. They may not be able to tell who you were, but they'll see someone run.
Right. Well, and if it's only a servant at this point, I think it's prudent that they both hide behind the door. So if the servant does come in to check, they'll be hidden that side. And if the servant needs to be knocked out, then Vikas will do the job.
Okay. So you both take hiding spots.
Basically, yeah. At this point, there's not much time. Because if they do flit out, the servant sees something will be said. So better to do it this way.
You snatch Lady Eliza away from her searching, as she seems to have grabbed something at least off of one of the desks.
Yeah, he'd urgently alert her telepathically, and if she still kind of drags on, he will physically put his hand on her shoulder.
You pull her away from her search.
Yes.
Drag her behind the door. So you can, though you do notice right as you pull her away, telepathically, kind of her signal changes as a "we're good." As you see, she's got a scroll clutched in her hand.
Okay. And he'll quickly, basically, inform her what he's planning for. Then, so she's ready.
She nods.
To be as quiet as possible.
As the servant kind of comes down and peers inside. Vikas. Let's see. I want you just to roll me a flat d20 here.
Flat D20. Okay, let's do it. 17. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Fortune favors you, it seems, as she does look inside and even takes a look around for a moment, the servant, and then just leaves and closes the door behind her.
Vikas will wait a moment to let out a very quiet breath, and look at Eliza with a bit of a hard look and say, "Now we need to go."
Agreed.
Yes,
Sorry, but this was
you
needed.
got what you needed. That
Yeah,
is.
I think I got something here.
Then let's go. He'll try and make sure the coast is clear. The servant has gone far enough before they leave the room.
Before you start booking it back.
Basically, yes.
It's risky, but you managed to book it back, and thankfully, due to pass without trace, you'll be able to make it back safely.
Okay.
Otherwise, there's entire risk that someone may have noticed your passage back.
Yeah.
As Zed, his pass without trace he's kind of running out of concentration here. He's only got a few minutes left on it.
Yeah.
So the hurry, King. I'm running out of time.
Looking at my my portable hourglass that I have.
As the sand now is getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah. Amanas is getting regular updates from Vikas. Perhaps a bit more terse and short, especially as they entered the room and the servant came in. And then afterwards they come longer and more hurried, but more descriptive, which would probably mean to him that things are doing okay.
Yeah.
Though it's by a slim margin, the group manages to make it back without causing an alert in the building.
We leave. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh my god.
Thankfully, I was able to recover spells in the Sorceress.
As I will let you know on the little alert track I had going on my end. You are one step away from getting discovered properly.
Well, yeah, I could feel it. It was by skin of my teeth. Oh, that was nerve-wracking.
But the group is able to not own is the group is able to make it back to the basement, and then you're able to make your way back into the mines without leaving a trail behind. Hopefully,
Nice.
meaning that this door might remain an option if you do a future infiltration.
Yes.
And the guard and the green guardsman from the lower floor will follow you.
All
Hooray.
right.
So they're not going to do much for your military ranks, but hey, they can't betray you. Well, at least they can't just say you were here.
Awesome.
There you go.
Uh,
You know,
Yeah. Amanas gets a freaking missive shoved into his hand as Eliza Vikas come back. He's like, read this.
he'll as they exit out, he will glance at it as they walk down the corridors and getting out of here.
From a quick skim, though, I don't know how much you've been practicing your Celestial over the last couple of years.
Not super, but I honestly believe it is something that comes natural to him because of his bloodline.
I mean, thankfully for him, he does have an advisor who speaks fluent Celestial as well.
Oh, of course. But just from a quick skim, this seems to be a more detailed report on who they're actually looking for.
Oh.
A blood elf witch going by the name of Lavenza.
Lavenza, huh?
And that's an interesting reason that she's wanted.
This is on account of her blood magic.
So her blood magic is involved, yes.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like in particular though that she was caught spying in the imperial capital.
Okay.
Which it looks like spying, well, on your old home.
All right. Blood of witch comes to spy in the capital, flees north. All right.
Obviously, that's probably got both the crown and the church quite upset to see
Yes.
this.
Sure, but that's still, that's gotta be quite important. Whatever she found out, whatever she took, it's gotta be quite important if they're gonna send like a whole goddamn army up here and kill off the ruling lord of this land. You don't just do that normally. So whatever she's carrying is gotta be pretty dangerous stuff.
She's got to know something.
All right. I don't suppose Cerys recognizes her name.
No. Sadly, Cerys has had very little interaction with the Blood Elves.
Yeah, well.
Barbarians. Amanas. All of heinous
She sips on her tea with her finger out.
Your group
Most.
is able to exfiltrate from the mines.
Yep.
And well, what's the plan? Is your plan to run back to hide in Heinhall, or?
I think so, at least for now. We can't really stay in the capital unless Sir Bolton has like a hidey hole in the town, or Lady Eliza has another better safe house for them currently.
The only thing Sir Bolton can think of is there is a disused watchtower that isn't used too much in the hills.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
It's not been used in a while because they've just had no reason to. It's no longer strategically important. But
Sure.
it's still standing. It's still waterproof.
I mean, we can go there then for the night at least.
Yeah, let's check it out. As they like exit the cave out into the fresh air again, Vikas is quite impressed with Lady Eliza here. She held her own. she's driven by a pure devotion, and perhaps she's a bit naive. However, she definitely has potential that Vikas can see in her. And as they leave, Vikas will telepathically tell her, "Well done back there," and then he will sever the link between them.
Smiles a bit. Thank you. Thanks for watching my back there.
You're not. That's my job. Wouldn't want you to get captured now, would I?
This is where we will wrap up today's session.
Good.
You have infiltrated the old Master at Arms, Sir Bolton Helgrade. And, well, it looks like you've also gained some valuable information. I will give you proper write-ups of some of the extra information between sessions.
Sure.
Perfect.
But that is the end of your first bit. You dove straight into the centipedes, which I was not expecting, but I was okay with.
That was a very fun session. Thank you, Dark. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's been ages since I've DM'd, so I've also enjoyed it.
Yes, it was very fun.
Yes.
I've also not got to run a game this late for ages. I'm happy for it though.
It's my first time having a session on the time we usually do, but like being plus an hour ahead, so it's now midnight.
Oh yeah.
It's
Like
2
2?
1:30 for me.
Yeah.
Oh
For
god, yeah.
I'm an
Or-
hour ahead of Rahal and
Gosh.
For Aizakawa.
Yeah, so so I'll call it end of the evening here and let you all go rest.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we get a long rest for characters?
You will be able to have a long rest between sessions, yes.
Yeah.
Alright.
Just
Yay.
think about
The longest rest.
Yes.
Thankfully, it wasn't
me.
too many combats that single day, though mostly because you managed to evade a bunch of them with pass without trace.
Yes, password. That was amazing spell. You basically single-handedly avoided fights for us, and also saved Eliza and me from getting spotted. So well done with that spell.
Yeah, it's a spell that I have always prepared because
Yeah.
what the truth I picked, and it's very useful.
Yeah.
Plus 10 to stealth. That's just massive.
Yeah.
Also, Halldamir, that face hip thing was the coolest thing ever.
Oh,
Thank you for that.
It's great.
That's amazing.
This has been a great first session. I am looking forward to see how you continue your plots and you uncover more information.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There's one more thing I
Um,
can reveal, though she doesn't have any information on her yet.
All right.
We'll reveal that for you.
do we do milestones or experience?
I'll be doing milestone, not experience, for this.
All right.
Fair enough.
Makes sense.
When you guys achieve something a particularly dramatic moment, I will cue the levels.
All right.
All right.
I've also revealed the picture of Lorenzo there. If you care, it's not super important for the moment, but it's there now.
Oh wow.
I already logged off.
There's no information at the moment, but there will be later.
All right. Well, with that, I think I'm gonna go to bed. But thank you very much, guys, for the session. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks.
I look forward to seeing you all next week.
Good
Yes.
night.
Good night, guys.
1, 2.
Wait, are you counting?
Mm-hmm.
I said, what are you counting?
Oh, I'm not counting. I'm just if I make the entries for the Lord Inquisitor and Lorenza, could you add their photos? For me?
I can add these down in there. Yep. I can add their posters if you want.
Yeah, thank you. I just
I could actually add their color dot. Their color dot is just fine. I can add that as well.
I quite like their like wanted poster style.
This is how I've done. Like, you know, for characters when we're just discussing them and they're not actually in a battlefield. Like, this is how I've set up most characters.
Mm.
But yeah, since I know you're going to have opinions, what did you think?
I enjoyed the session. I am interested to see where this goes.
I spent the entire I spent the last week because I've had less days at work this week and I've had more free time.
Mm-hmm.
I spent this entire week doing emergency prep to get things ready.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know what you guys would do first session because it wasn't entirely clear.
No, of course.
You guys ended up focusing on Sir Bolton, which is not a bad choice necessarily. I mean, there were plenty of good choices. Sir Bolton was not a bad one, though. You know, the king was interested in protecting his identity. Sir Bolton was one of the only people who knew it. Makes sense. And he's a general. It's never a bad thing to keep the general on your side.
No, definitely not. So I don't think we can quite add him to allies yet.
Probably not.
No.
He's a person you know, but is he an ally? Probably not yet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've got...
He serves Lady Alyssa, but doesn't serve you.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, of course, I want to know how you're going to try and archive Lavenza right now.
I mean...
You don't know anything about her yet. In fact, you will know more once I post the thing tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow I post it.
Yeah.
As I'll do a formal write-up for you on that. I wasn't expecting you to... I wasn't expecting the group to go diving straight into the prison first session. It was fine. I had it prepped. I just wasn't expecting it.
You know, it's us. So, yeah, I've got a neutral parties, non-monstrous section that has Sir Bolton, Lord Raidan, and Lorenza.
Yeah. Eldam of Freyfrost, forces of the Eldam, a noble has loaned Passionate Militia forces and Church Fanatics around 500 men, as well as the barracks of Freyfrost.
Yep.
Capital around 5,000, 10,000 people lived here. You were keeping a lot of notes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I kept notes, man.
Old mining shaft moves into the keep, in and out in a pinch. Known to Lady Eliza and her brother, at least. Disused at Watchtower. Neat.
Yeah, I kept track. It's stuff that I know.
I wasn't expecting the tin mine to be a note on there. Fair enough.
I need to know the numbers, man.
Then, yeah, you have Sir Bolton Helgrave, the Master at Arms. Oh, you took a screenshot.
Yes, I took a screenshot. He was squared up, so I took a screenshot.
In fairness, most of the potential allies ones are all squared up. It's mostly the story ones that aren't.
Yeah, exactly. There's Lord Raidan is also squared up as well.
Which you've got a very academic wood elf half elf
bastard, yeah.
Which I'm not sure how your character will feel about that.
She'll have a disapproving.
I mean, would you disapprove of the academia?
Not of the academia, but the
half breed
elf bastard, yeah. Like
amateur astronomer, avid reader.
I mean, telescope, tons of books.
I mean, it's an interesting individual nonetheless.
It is interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I'll put down Lavenza's wanted poster for you in there.
Yeah, that's cool.
Let's see, extras, media, browse files, decrees, and what was Lavenza's number in my archive? Oh, of course, the Blood Elf Witch was number 13. Of course she was.
Of course she was.
I'm pretty sure I did that on purpose. Past me did. Because they're all every single one of the decrees, as I've called them, are all numbered.
Yeah.
Just so I can get easy access to them. There you go. Lavenza's picture's added.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Stinky blood elves.
I think tomorrow I'll manage some of my Cerys related things. I don't think there's much to do, but
let's see. List of confirmed possible allies. I'll just add a little bit more into Lady Eliza's bit.
Yes.
Just noting that she has a brother who used to be the steward.
Mm-hmm.
Which, hey, technically means you guys also have a possible steward.
That is true. I need to add that to Lord Raidan. that.
If you decide to make him a steward, not a different question, but, he's a potential. Well, he'd be less steward, he'd be more like something like treasurer for you, but...
Yeah. Okay.
Steward's a bit of a broad thing if you're wanting to really grow your kingdom.
Mm.
I mean, steward and treasurer come one and the same in the end, but... Yeah, they're overlapping roles. On the other hand, would you really trust this this half-breed on stewarding?
No, Cerys won't. But she doesn't have veto powers, as it turns out.
Doesn't the entire group have veto powers?
I mean,
Arguably.
not in that sense. I think, not in character. I think in something like that, if the other three were like, yeah, no, we'll keep him as a steward, it'll be great. And then Cerys is like, no, he's a filthy half-breed. Then I don't think
Fantasy racism.
It's true.
I mean, in fairness, he was also abandoned by his wood elf parents for the same reason.
I mean,
Because,
yeah,
half-breed.
half-breed. I mean, it does mean that he has a mother out there, but if she just abandoned him, less of a problem.
I mean, on the bright side at least, he grew up with a father who didn't discriminate much against him.
True.
And his sister, and he seemed to have got along with his sister well enough, despite them being different races.
Objectively accurate.
So
So was Eliza the heir or Raiden?
she is the heir. Raiden as bastard does not stand to inherit anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Like all the assets he has is just because the Lord's nice and let him have money for stuff.
Yeah, of course.
But legally speaking, he has no entitlement to the land.
No, Eliza.
You could try and make a claim of it, but it'd be a pretty weak claim to make. If Eliza was dead, he'd have a slightly stronger claim, but even then.
Yeah, even then you got like family members that'll pop up.
Mm-hmm. And they'll kind of go,
Puzzle.
what's this half-breed doing here? He wasn't even.
Exactly. He's an illegitimate bastard of an elf. Cannot be trusted.
Yeah. The previous Earl of Freyfrost, he wasn't the most he was a man of strong principles. Doesn't mean he didn't have his vices. He apparently slept with wood elf women. So,
I mean, each their own.
on the other hand, he appreciated the elven form. I don't think you can say that's a bad thing.
Nah, I don't think that can be discriminated against.
coming from an elf.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
how could the humans not be attracted to them?
I mean, it'd be baffling if they weren't.
But yeah. I was quite amused though, just seeing all the little things that have down lit up on the Gilded when I went on there. It's like, ooh, neat.
Yeah, I tried to keep track of pretty much anything of note along the way.
But yeah, tomorrow I will post you your second proper decree.
Okay.
Since you'll have the decree that was sent between the acolytes.
Mm-hmm.
I can give you the formal version of. And that will also be posted to your Gilded, the same as I did the document for the other one.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And it'll be posted onto the Discord for everyone as well, so they can
look at that too. Yeah.
figure it out. But yeah. But what did you think about the fact that there is apparently a blood elf spy?
Really interesting. Like, is it a blood elf from the tribe? Obviously, it probably is, but are they there because of the tribe's request, or
is she spying for her own reasons?
Yeah, or even maybe hired? That's the question. I'd be interested to hunt her down.
I mean, people are definitely hunting her down at the moment. So.
Yeah, get her before they get her.
Oh, she's incredibly far from home, given she normally lives in kind of semi-tropical jungle regions blood elves would, and now you're in the frozen north.
Question is where to find her.
That is the question of the day for all the Inquisition.
It is. But at the same time, he's avoiding the Inquisition, not a small party of people.
It's true. It also becomes an interesting question, though, because, of course, the Lord was executed for supposedly consorting with dark powers and high treason. In this case, potentially protecting Lavenza. Is that true or not? You don't know. But now it brings an interest, because originally, of course, the question was, there's no way that has to be fabricated. But depending on what she knew, is it possible?
Who knows?
It's a good question for you to figure out.
Yeah.
You won't. You are very unlikely to find Lavenza next session, though.
Yeah.
It might take you a while to find her.
Yeah, I expect as much.
Hiding from everyone, and you've kind of got big fish to fry right now.
Yeah, we do.
Knowing where the Blood Elf is not really your biggest concern, probably.
No, but it's up there.
I mean, concern, certainly, because you want to know, what caused all this mess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Lady Eliza, of course, went on her, tried going on a solo adventure today.
Actually, I'm gonna change that from a list to a forum. I'm gonna change the potential allies in the allies group, and then I'm going to see if I can't.
You can see if you can move something like Sir Bolton across.
Yeah, exactly. To potential allies.
That makes sense because he could be an ally.
He's a potential ally. There is potential there to make him an ally.
Yeah. You also get a bit more information on Sir Bolton since he's now with you. You'll get slightly more.
Yeah, I'll add that tomorrow.
Yeah, it will be provided tomorrow. I've got shopping in the morning, but at some point tomorrow afternoon probably. I will go ahead and post all of that so the group can mull over that between weeks. And then next time you get to figure out what your next course of action is. So, because congrats, you've now gained 3 extra men.
I mean,
2 of which are militiamen, which honestly can't, not very helpful on their own.
no, but
One of them is a skilled. One of them is a skilled commander, though he is, he's old and battered.
old and battered is still skilled.
It's true. And hey, old and battered probably means he knows his way around a battlefield. Because I'll be honest, the only person in the group right now who is suitable for general role is probably, the king himself.
Yeah.
No one else in your group is kind of suitable for leading armies. Not as much as I'd like to see Cerys try to lead an army of militia.
I mean, she's certainly charismatic enough for it.
Charismatic, yes, but what's her martial expertise?
Not very high, I imagine.
Hmm.
Although, arguably, she would have a couple 100 years of witnessing campaigns. So, there could be some potential there.
True. I just don't know how much personal experience you'd have on a battlefield and knowing the correct tactics.
Probably not much.
In fairness, I somewhat doubt though even your paladin will know that much because I'll be honest, I don't think he's waged many wars in his lifetime.
I don't think he has at all. But how about this, Dark? I played a sorceress in.
And you were cautious.
Yeah, some very dangerous combats, and I took no damage.
It's true. You instead let everyone else get beaten up.
Yep.
Also, of course, something extra for yourself. I know. Lady Alyssa has divine magic, so have fun with that.
Yes, I noticed.
Because she drew power from an oath she'd formed.
I am calling it. I'm calling cleric. But what? I don't know. Order, perhaps.
I mean, she has been rather faithful.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
She's been doing prayers and similar things, but
I tried to lay a little groundwork for her to be what's the word?